everyone, and welcome to World Read Aloud Day. I already see like so many comments coming through, and this is super exciting. But if you guys can just let me know if you can hear me okay, if you can see me okay. This is our first session of the day, so I want to make sure that I am tuning in well for you guys. My name is Elena Clark, and I am your host for today. I will be with you guys all day. I see so many messages coming through. I'm going to start sharing just a few of them. Say so excited. Share in the comments where you guys are joining us from. And good, I can see and I can hear you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I ain't going to lie, I get really nervous about all the tech that can go wrong on days like today, especially with all you amazing people watching. We got people from Canada. We have Maryland. Thank you for joining us today. Oh my goodness, hold on. I got to scroll up. These messages are coming in like crazy. Welcome, entire pre-K class joining us. Here we go. It says, we are excited. Make sure you guys share where you're joining us from. I love seeing where everyone's from. We got NYC in the house. Here we go again. We've got someone else from Canada here. And let's see else we can welcome. Pates Creek Elementary Panthers. Thank you guys for joining us today. I know who this is. We got Heidi. I think that's Molly and Andrew watching from Indiana. Who was? Hello from Long Island. Hello from Oregon. This is so awesome. New Jersey watching. Texas watching. It's just, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to show all of them today, but I just want to thank you guys so much for being here today. We are soon going to be joined by our first Read Aloud today by Reynolds, and he's going to join us here just in a moment. I know all of you guys have heard of Reynolds and his books and Jasper Rabbit and Creepy Carrots, but he's going to be delighting us with one of his newer titles today. And make sure you guys tune in, participate in the comments. We are going to be having giveaways after the Read Aloud, so make sure you guys are commenting and participating and answering all the questions for us. So to get started, I'm going to welcome our very first author today, Reynolds.
Hey, Elena.
Welcome, Aaron.
Hey, everybody. Happy World Read Aloud Day. So glad that I could hang out with you guys today.
We're super excited. I was just looking, and right now we have 365 people watching us right now. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. So
probably
just for
each one of those represents like a whole class or a school.
I know.
So
yes. I've just
crazy talk. That's awesome.
I'm just looking again. We've got New York, Illinois, Michigan, just everywhere, Quebec. This is
Shout out
really
to my
awesome,
peeps in
guys.
Illinois. I'm from Chicago, but you
are you?
See, I'm coming at you from a hotel in California because I'm on tour this week for my brand new book, which I'll tell you more about later.
Yes, we're gonna have to hear a little bit more about that. So to get us started for today, what book are you going to be reading for our audience?
Well, those of you that are creepy Jasper Rabbit fans and creepy carrot fans, creepy pair of underwear, creepy crayon, I hope you're going to be super excited because not only are those books out there, and there will probably be some more of those picture books coming your way, but a lot of older kids, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, have been asking me, when are you going to ever do some creepy chapter books? And I was like, I kind of thought that was brilliant. And so I have a brand new creepy chapter book series. The first one just came out this past fall, and the title of the series is right here. It's called Jasper Rabbit's Creepy Tales. Now you might notice Jasper's not the main dude on the cover. So what's up with that? What's up? Well, it's important that you realize the picture books that you're familiar with, those are all stories about Jasper Rabbit. You know that. these are not stories about Jasper Rabbit. No, he's in there, but in these, he shows up. He's a little bit older. He's a little bit wiser. He's pretty much the expert in all things creepy. And he shows up in this book, in this new series, as the narrator of the story. That's why it's called Jasper Rabbit's Creepy Tales. And each book is going to be a standalone creepy story that takes the creepy factor and the weird factor up several more notches. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's what we all want. That's what we all want.
So I'm going to read a little bit of this today, if that's all right. And then before I finish with this, I'm going to tell you about book 2, because book 2 literally just came out yesterday. So it is hot off the presses, and I'm very excited about this new series.
I know when we reached out for you to participate this week, and you were like, well, I'm actually releasing a book this week, so I'm a little bit busy, but you squeezed us in, which we really appreciate.
I'm thrilled to.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you take it away and do a little bit of reading for our students, and then I will hop back in.
All right, here we go. Hope everyone's got the creepy vibe ready. Got yourselves all snuggly buggly wuggly, all snuggled in. Because I'm just now it's a chapter book. It's like this big, early chapter book. So those of you that are just starting to read chapter books on your own, perfect for you. And but it's too long to read the whole thing, obviously. So I can't read the whole thing, but I'm gonna give you a little, just a little taste, just a little nibble. All right. Okay, here we go. Jasper Rabbit's Creepy Tales, Book 1, Troubling Tonsils. Written by Reynolds. That's me. What? Okay. Illustrated by the incredible Peter Brown. All right, here we go. Troubling Tonsils. You have stumbled your way into the unknown, the unexpected. You have arrived without a roadmap at the crossroads where strange and silly meet. And there's no turning back. Be warned, creepy things lie on the following pages. And creepiness has a habit of doing strange things to readers. For example, you may possibly find yourself peeing your pants without knowing whether it's from fright or hilarity, or maybe just confusion. If that's the kind of story you seek, the kind that makes you pee your pants for a variety of reasons, then you are in the right place. Feel free to turn the page, but proceed with caution. Tonsils. Yes, indeed. It is a strange word, and an even stranger thing, or things, if we're going to be precise, for that is what they are, a pair of things. Two small, pink, pulpy things. Wads. Lumps. Glands, technically speaking. Two little pink fleshy glands that reside snugly in the back of your throat. They are likely there right now, watching, waiting. They've always seemed suspicious to me, these tonsils. After all, what are they up to lurking back there in the dark? Why do they linger in the shadows? Well, it would seem they have a job to do. Their job to battle germs and infections that decide to seek entry to your body through the throat. They are warriors, these tonsils, fighters, survivors. But even warriors are not without weakness. For sometimes these strange tonsils of ours, turn red. Sometimes they stop doing their job. And sometimes it would seem these little lumps, these tiny fleshy wads, these ever present glands, sometimes they simply have a mind of their own. Meet Charlie Marmot. Just your average run-of-the-mill large furry rodent who wears clothes and lives in a house and goes to school. Normal, everyday animal stuff. Autumn is in the air and brings with it many joys to young marmots like Charlie. Leaves crunching underfoot, puddles to splash in, crisp, windy days, the inevitable trick-or-treating that lurks just over the horizon. This autumn is no exception, except that it holds in its clutches something extra for Charlie Marmot. See, Charlie doesn't know it yet, but his tonsils have an infection that technically and medically speaking is quite easy to resolve. But on this brisk week in October, Charlie's tonsils are going to do more than infect his throat. They are going to infect his life and swallow him down into the deep, dark tunnel of his very own creepy tail. And that is where I'm gonna leave you hanging. I know it's cruel. It is cruel. That is the cruelest and most unusual thing I could do to you right now. I get that. But if you want to know more, you're just going to have to read the book. This one is out now. First one came out this fall. And the second one, now, you know how like sometimes when a brand new series, Elena, comes out and you're like, I loved the first one. I just finished it. I've got to read the second one immediately, right? And then you go to the library and you're like, when's the next one? Can I have the next one? And they're like, it comes out, let me see, it comes out next year. And you're like, what? I got to wait a year. Well, we didn't want to do that with this. No. So I talked to my publisher and we said, you know what? What if we released not just book 1 this school year, not just book 2 this school year, but books 1, 2, and 3 of this new series all this school year. So book 1 came out in the fall. Book 2 is literally hot off the presses.
Yeah.
It came out yesterday. And I'm going to give you a sneak peek of it right now because most of you have probably not even laid hands on it. Even if you pre-ordered, you probably barely got your copy yesterday, like evening. So here it is. Jasper Rabbit's Creepy Tales, Book 2.
Oh, I love it.
Unsettling Salad. And once again, Jasper returns as the narrator of the story. And he brings a deeply creepy story to you about a character named Thaddeus Badger. So I hope you guys will be excited to read all of these new books in the new series. Book 3, you can look forward to it. Already comes out in May.
I was going to say, we had that question like pop right through. So I was like, we got to make sure we answer that.
Yes, if you pre-order it on Amazon, it's going to say something like July. There's still scuttlebutt around there looking to move it before the end of the school year. So it's likely going to be even earlier than that. Probably early May is what we're looking at.
And this is good. Are they friends with the creepy carrots?
Who's that? The creepy things in these books?
Yeah.
Undetermined.
Yeah, that's kind of a good question.
It's just a kind of thing out there that there are creepy things in this world, and there are fuzzy critters out there that apparently encounter them. Yeah.
Okay, well, I've got to say, behind the scenes, I was like cracking myself up the entire time during your read aloud. You are so good at it. I definitely might have
immature. That's what my wife
I might have taken some screenshots too. Okay, so, and I think you might have answered this, but here's a quick question. I think you said there are 3 currently in this series. Are there plans for more?
Yeah, it's I gotta tell you, Elena, I am having a lot of fun with this. I mean, I love Jasper's picture books. And if you're seeing this and you're like, wait, are there going to be no more picture books? Don't worry. I've actually got some ideas brewing for a fourth and a fifth picture book. So more stuff coming. This creepiness in Jasper's life still coming, I think. But what I love about these is that they're standalone stories. So you don't have to read them in any order. They are self-contained from beginning to end. Each one is a standalone story. And the creativity that opens up in my brain, I mean, any creepy story now, I don't have to think about, well, does it fit into Jasper's world? Does it fit into, can I make it happen to this poor rabbit? How many weird, creepy things can I make happen to this poor rabbit? I don't have to worry about that. So the first 3 are for sure done, on the way. And I'm so excited. I'm getting ready to maybe start working on book 4, 5, and 6. So we'll see.
Awesome.
We'll see. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we are going to head into we have some trivia questions. Okay. And we have our drawing contest winner to also show. Okay. And make sure in the audience, once I start sharing these questions, make sure you guys are answering in the comments, because then we're going to be picking out some live winners too for some really awesome prizes we have from our sponsors. So let's start with our first question here. Okay, so we have our first question, which is, how many tonsils do most people have that you can see? Okay, so answers here. I see the answers coming in. We are going.
Not be fooled by each tonsil-y letter that's in Charlie Mann's mouth. That those are not meant to each represent individual tonsils.
Okay, I think we have. Oh gosh, we've got a lot. But let's go with. We have a winner here. The answer 2. We have and you're correct. We have 2 tonsils, or what you would normally find in your mouth. Correct. So that's right. That's right. And McKenna Foster, I want you to let you know what you won. So let's see what you won. Let's see. Our first prize for the day is you get your own copy of Troubling Tonsils.
Yes. Nice job, McKenna.
So, McKenna, if you can make sure that you email me at contact@teachergoals.com to claim your prize. And I also want to thank one of our sponsors, EduAid, who is providing all of these copies of the books for our giveaways. So that's really, 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 really super awesome of them. And so, okay, so we have next, we are going to have our drawing contest winner for Troubling Tonsils. So we had submissions for all of our books, different drawings from all over the place. So I'm going to share our winner from Troubling Tonsils drawing contest. And we have Addie, age 7.
I love it.
Isn't that awesome?
I love it. You have captured his narrator look perfectly. He is like,
the face.
I'm here to ook you out.
I think my favorite thing during World Readaloud Day is to get to see the authors see the drawing contest winners and like their reactions to them. They always like love them so much.
Outstanding. Addie.
So, Addie, if you're watching, I have your information too. But again, send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com to claim your prize. And I haven't mentioned yet our drawing prize winners, what they are all getting as their prize from our awesome sponsor. They're going to be getting a $25 Artstonia gift card so that they can use to print out their drawing. I don't know if you guys have used Artstonia before, but I think some of my favorite Christmas ornaments I have still on my tree are from my kids' artwork that was printed from them within their school district. So those are always like really, really awesome presents to have. So thank you so much, Artstonia. And we have another trivia question and another winner coming. So our next question, and I think we asked this one before, but Aaron is a pet owner to anywhere between 0 and 10 blank, depending on the day.
You're going to have to be an internet stalker to know the answer to this one. Yeah.
I think surprisingly, when we asked this in a past year, see, you know what's crazy is someone already got it like that in the comments.
Stalker.
So you might have some stalkers. I love it though. Like, yeah, actually, there's quite a few. Like people are on top of this. Like, I'm gonna see how many more we can have come in. I see some guesses here. I see cats. That would be 10 cats would be a lot. Rabbits. What are some of our other guesses? I definitely see the answer. Okay. Let's pick a winner. And the answer is goldfish.
Yeah. 0 to 10. It's it's a gamble from one day to the next. You know, right now I'm not gonna lie. Right now it's 0. I just cannot keep those little buggers alive. Yeah.
Yeah, they're difficult.
Yeah.
And for Nancy, for your prize, you are winning a pro educational license from our sponsor, EduAid. So thank you so much, EduAid. And again, I'm going to say this multiple times today, but to claim your prize, if you can please email me at contact@teachergoals.com and let me know what you want to. That makes it really easier for me later when I get all those emails. And next, what we have, since we have a little bit of time for it. Oh, and I also want to mention, guys, you guys always do a great job. But if you can share your videos, photos from participating today, that's always super, super, super helpful and just really helps us spread the word. Okay, and then so with the rest of our time today, we have a couple of more little giveaways we can do. So I want to see our audience here. We already saw some really, really, really awesome questions come through. But if you guys want to share some questions for Aaron, and then a couple of our people that ask questions might receive a couple of little prizes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give a few minutes for those to come through. And
am I going to answer the questions that they ask?
Yes, you're gonna, just for fun, you're just gonna answer any questions they might have.
But I don't win a prize for answering. Okay, got it.
No, you don't win a. Sorry. You know what? I knew I was missing something today.
I want a copy of Troubling Tonsils.
Yeah, right. We're like, how many did you actually get in the mail? Actually, you're new. So your new book, is that like the fresh first copy you just got?
This is like one of the early copies, like fresh off the presses, but they're out in stores now starting yesterday. So you can get it online if you buy books online in all our indie bookstores that you go to. They're out there now, out in the wild to be gotten and purchased and read. So they're out there.
I know how exciting it is when you get that first copy in your hands.
It is.
We got so many awesome questions coming through. So let's start sharing a few of them. Okay, here's a great question. How many books have you, and I love the cat photo, how many books have you written in all?
I think I'd have to go back and do a quick recount, but if I'm remembering right, I think the third book in this series, which comes out in May, tallies it up to 59.
Wow.
59.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do you have that many stories? Just
I love what I do. I've got a big imagination. I think that helps. I luckily, one of the things that I have no problem with is ideas. I have no shortage of ideas. But it's the actual turning of those ideas into a good story. That's the hard part. Writing
Yeah.
is hard.
Yeah,
Um,
it is.
no, it's, I mean, because I'm very, I hold myself to a high standard. I don't want, like, if I do another, a fourth creepy picture book, not just any old thing will do. I really want it to
Yeah.
be the very best I have to offer. So
Yep.
that I've been lucky that each of the other three people have really, really responded to and said, "Oh, I like this one even better than the last one."
Yeah.
Oh, I don't ever want to release one and have people go, "Well, it's all right. I feel like he's kind of phoning it in on this one." So
Yeah.
I really try hard to deliver something that's going to be new and unique and exciting. And so, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Well, and Lori, go ahead and send me an email as well to contact@teachergoals.com, because I also have a copy of Troubling Tonsils to send out to you in the mail.
Nice. Congrats, Lori.
So I think we can probably maybe do one or two more questions to give a few more books away. And let's see what we can. Oh gosh, we got so many good questions. This is hard to pick. Okay, I think this is kind of a good one. Do you have any plans for a book with an older Jasper Rabbit? So like him at a different age?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like this is about as old as I want to take him. Like, and how old is he here? I don't know. He's he's the ripe old age of 10 at this point. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far I'll take that. Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah. You never know. You never know.
Yeah. Never say never. Yeah.
Okay. And then if you also want to send me an email, and I will get you a free copy of the book out. And then I think we probably have time for one more question.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let me. Wow, there's so many good questions. Okay, I think this is a good question. How old were you when you wrote your first book?
Let's see. I first seriously started trying to write books and become published when I was about 30 years old. It was not my first career. I did other stuff first. And when I started writing and I was about 30, I would write stories, send them out to publishers, and I would get back tons and tons of rejection letters. No thanks, we're not interested, this isn't good enough. And I really worked on that hard for probably about 5 years. So I was probably close to 34, maybe 35, when I got my very first acceptance. And so, yeah, right, early 30s is when I really started my serious writing journey. Didn't happen right away. Took a lot of perseverance, a lot of sticking with it, a lot of rejection letters. But eventually, I got one published, and then another, and then another, and then I've been really lucky that I get to do this for my whole job. Yeah.
And I love that too, because and you're obviously an amazingly successful author. And that just shows you too that, when I talk to younger kids about, if something doesn't happen for you when you're 20 or 25 or 30, like things, you never know when it's actually going to kind of hit for you.
Yeah. Sticking with it is, I think, even more important than being talented. Like whether or not I'm a talented writer, we could debate that. But I think the real reason I became an author is because I would not give up. I kept trying to get better and better and better until I could finally make it happen. So, yeah, I think that's more important than anything.
Yeah. Well, and then Corbin, if you want to also send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, and we will be getting you a copy of Troubling Tonsils out in the mail to you. And okay, I think that hits us at about the end of our 30 minutes for our very first session, opening up for us today on World Read Aloud Day. I would just want to thank you so much for joining us today, Aaron, and everybody. Have you not checked out his new chapter books? Make sure you do that. And then tell me again the title of the new one that just came out this week.
Yep. Unsettling. The first one is Troubling Tonsils. That one was out in the fall. The newest one is called Unsettling Salad.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, I want to thank you so much for joining us. And
thanks for having me. Happy Readaloud Day, everybody.
Thank you. And then everyone else, stay tuned. We're going to do a little countdown, and then we will be up next with our next author, Tricia, who will be reading Peter O. Meter. Stay tuned, guys. Welcome back to World Readaloud Day. We just finished with Aaron Reynolds reading Troubling Tonsils, and we are already heading into our next author, who is a super, super, super talented lady. She also has an awesome animated Readaloud to read for you guys today for Peter O. Meter. So, and I already see all the messages coming in. I mean, I have to share this one because she's, one of my biggest supporters. Elena Clark is my aunt. My niece and nephew are watching. We'll share a few messages. I love seeing all the comments come through, everybody. And it looks to, where is that one going? Looks like we have someone that knows Tricia. So that's super exciting. Let's see who else we got here to say hello. It says, hi from fourth graders from St. Paul Lutheran School. We've got hi from Idaho. And it looks like right now we've got 500 people watching, which is so awesome. It says, hi from Mrs. Christina's fourth graders in the Little Apple. We've got Waterbury Elementary School in Illinois. Thank you guys for joining us. Said, greeting from UAE. Happy to see you all. We've got a lot of people from New Jersey here today. New Jersey has really been representing. And a lot also from, you guys are just coming in so fast, I can't keep up with them. Let's see who else we can welcome here today. Mrs. Knowles' class from Reed Elementary. We've got hi from St. Mary's Panthers in Storm Lake, Iowa. Okay, we'll keep on bringing those messages through. I could play those all day, but we are going to, you guys are so fast. We are going to welcome our next author, Tricia, to the stage. Hi, Tricia.
Hi. Happy Readaloud Day. Wow.
Happy Readaloud Day.
That's so cool. Dryden Elementary. I taught art there for 30 years. Shout out to Dryden.
I was pretty sure when I saw that name of that school come through, I was like, I feel like I recognize that name as the school you taught at, but I wasn't 100% positive, but I was pretty sure. Aww. Well, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We of course have to have Peter O. Meter represent on World Readaloud Day.
Absolutely. Super excited to share Peter O. Meter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aaron was so funny. Oh my God.
I was. So Aaron, like, if you could, I should have screen recorded myself in the backstage part watching him read his book, because I'm just like, trying to concentrate on the comments, like trying to read, do all the tech stuff. And he's just cracking me up.
Yes. Oh my gosh. His book definitely needs to be read aloud by him because that added so much.
I'm thinking like if we could have him back sometime, maybe around like Halloween time, and let him read like one of his full chapter books would be pretty awesome.
Oh, that would be an awesome idea.
I know. Yeah, I know. I was already thinking that. Well, so let's go ahead and, get started. And I know that you have a really awesome read aloud to share with us today. And you're going to be sharing Peter O. Meter. And I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away.
Awesome.
Okay.
So we could put there it is. All right. So I have an animated version of Peter O. Meter to share with you. And it's an interactive story. And so before we dive in, I just want to give you a little heads up of how you are going to be interactive. So Peter O. Meter has an emotion panel, and he's going to ask for your advice on which button to press at different times in the story. So your job is to pay close attention to how he might be feeling. And then when you ask for your advice, give him a suggestion. I'll count to 3. You'll shout out either a color or a feeling. And so let me just run through these really quick. If you say red, what you're really saying is he's feeling angry. So you could say anger or red. And you can think about which face might match it. Can you see this one right here? That looks like anger. If it's happy. If you think that Peter is feeling happy, you would say yellow or happy. And which face looks like happy? How about this one? If it's sad, you would say sad or blue. And maybe this face is a good clue. If he's feeling calm, you could say calm or peaceful. Green, then maybe this face is a good hint. If he's feeling loving, it could be purple or loving. And look at this face. How about this one is a good hint? And then he could be scared or anxious. And let's see. Oh, this face right here. So orange or scared or anxious. Okay, keep those in mind. I'm going to need your help. And Peter actually is going to need your help as we go. So we'll get started on Peter O. Meter. But before I do, I just want to give you a little hint here. Peter O. Meter you're going to be seeing the animated version, but if you were to buy the book and have it in front of you, the pages come to life through augmented reality in a couple different ways. Every page, you can scan it with the Quiver Vision app, which is a free thing, and every page comes to life, and there's interactivity in there, and you can send your advice to Peter. But there's also a coloring page, and you could print it from the activity packet, or you can find it in the book. And that comes out as a 3D model of Peter, and you can actually push his buttons. So there's a lot more to explore. But Hi, reader. I'm the author of Peter O. Meter. And I dedicated this book to every child who has ever flipped their lid, let off steam, soothed themselves with a calming dream. Remember, it's okay to feel any which way. Hi, reader. I'm Peter. I need your advice for my newly upgraded emotion device. When you notice my feelings are brewing inside, you can press on my buttons to help me decide. Peter O. Meter by Tricia Fuglestad. When robots have feelings that cross other wires, their detectors break down and their signals misfire. And that's what occurred with one emotion bot who needed tweaking to his 6-button slot. The programmable, empathetic, touch-sensitive pad for emotional robots who feel good and feel bad needs to calibrate fully to fine-tune the sensors. Each cause and effect cues the feelings dispensers. The Tinkertron bus hovered to the stop. Peter took a deep breath and jumped on with a hop. I'm off now, Lumamum, Dad. Goodbye, his parents called out. Go ahead and just try. Let the feelings you feel today act as your guide. Your computer and motor will help you decide. So Peter-O-Meter and Emotion Butt went off to school, ready or not. The lift opened up and he rolled into class. His friends gathered round, saying, Peter, at last! Their speech filters failed and they spoke out of turn, inquiring with glee about Peter's return. Your panel is different. There's much more to press. Just look at those feelings you get to express. It must have been hard with your system outdated. Do you choose for yourself? Is it automated? Magnetic and microwave. Look at my pad. There's anger, joy, calm, loving, worried, and sad. Yes, electronic and ionization. I push my own button for each situation. I needed tune-up. Click to mute the whole class, shifting everyone's eyes to the lesson's first task. Today we'll explore one of metal's properties to compute your melting point in Fahrenheit degrees. By knowing your limits, you might not melt down. Arrgh, if ye be weak, jeered the rowdy class clown. Ye mateys us soft, he declared from the table, then crashed to the ground, since his perch was unstable. Argylad thought, what a crumpled up mess! You're quite out of order. Your framework looks stressed. Peter's processor spun in his sprockety mind, spurring further feelings he strove to define. He looked to his friend. He was damaged, confused. Then he searched all the buttons for the right one to use. Reader, Inspector, please give your advice. Which button should I press on my emotion device? Now we're going to need your help. Again, thinking about what Peter's feeling. At the count of 3, send your advice. 1, 2, 3. All right, sent the advice. Let's see what he pressed. He pressed blue. He clicked cyber-sad with a flood of compassion and lifted up Arg full of dents and some smash-ins. We'll go to the shop with him, Peter suggested, to get him smoothed out and ensure he's well rested. At recess, the robots rolled under the dome, recharging as light shined bright on their chrome. Peter, watch me. I can hang from one cog, Peter called out. Is that safe, Analog? He flushed Peter's motor. His gear shifted speed. Valves rapidly fluttered. Which switch do I need? Reader, it's Peter. Please give your advice. Which button should I press on my emotion device? All right, we need your help again. If you're in the comments, you can share it there too. At the count of 3, tell Peter which button to press. 1, 2, 3. And I'll send it along. Alrighty. He pressed orange. Anxietizer mode signaled danger overhead. Peter made maneuvers, metal arms outspread. He caught Analog as her cog grip gave way, then set her down safely, reeling back to play. Hey, Peter, come join us, called out Readaloud. We need another bot to play circuit maker. Let's link our energy in an endless robot chain. You can take Maggie's place. Her power's all drained. Removed from the game, Maggie slumped by the plug. She's no fun this way, Reggie said with a shrug. A flame ignited deep within his chest. Maggie was excluded, dismissed from the rest. Bubbles were brewing. He boiled up with steam. His lid started rattling. What could all this mean? Reader, it's Peter. Please give your advice. Which button should I press on my emotion device? All right, we need your help again. Think about it in the chat or say it out loud at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'll send that along. Thanks for the advice. He chose Rad. Hatbutt was engaged with a fiery fit of fury. He almost blew his top, his gauges in a flurry. He turned to the bots who sprang all about. Come bounce over, everybody, Peter called out. Who wants to jump rope? You could all share my cord. Maggie swung, friends jumped, as her power restored. Peter joined the game linked with electronic. The circuit zapped closed. It was electronic. The robots were lit, blinking bright in the sun. Microwave even heated snacks for everyone. Peter giggled, a sound hardly heard among bots. He was ticklish from the trickles of crackling watts. His eyes were aflicker with warm, glowing light. His tank brimmed with sparkles. Was Peter all right? Reader, it's Peter. Please give your advice. Which button should he press on my emotion device? Gonna need your help again in the comments or the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll send that along. He chose yellow. Rigamajoy was pressed with a surge of flowing glee. It burst Peter's resistors with luminosity. Since metals conductive, the joy found a way. One by one, grins arose on each robot's display. Recess abruptly ended, signaled by a chime. Peter was too wound up from his exciting time. He pondered for a while how to realign his thoughts. Is there something on my panel that settles silly bots? Reader, it's Peter. Please give your advice. Which button should I press on my emotion device? Gonna need your help. What will help Peter at this moment? Send your advice in the comments or at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll send it along. Alrighty. He chose green. Peter picked calmatic, bathed in a soothing glow of green. He turned his dial to static, picturing a lovely dream. He could hear the gentle idle of his generator's hum, his wires firmly grounded with the solar panels soaked in sun. He went back to class, calm and recharged, mindful of his feelings, small and large. Reader, it's Peter. Thanks for your advice. Just one button remains on my emotion device. I think I've got this covered. I know just what to do. I've identified this feeling, and I'm sure you've felt it too. It makes my motor whir and tightens up my springs. It fills my mind with thoughts of pleasant, heartfelt things. Do you want to guess what he's going to press? Give your advice at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'll send that along. Purple. Then Peter did something he hadn't before. He reached down himself to press auto adore. The end. Alrighty. Whoops, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I had myself muted, so I didn't, be making my little laughter in the background while you're reading Peter.
Oh.
Hey, I gotta say again, same with Aaron. I need to record myself in the backstage because your pirate impression is pretty good.
Well, my husband's been trying to train me. He's really good at speaking pirate, so I keep going back to him like, give it to me again. I need to practice. He's probably rolling his eyes right now because I'm not doing so great, but I'm trying.
He's probably listening. No, you had me. That was my favorite part. I was just checking out some of the comments. So I couldn't again keep up with all the comments and answers. That was so awesome. And before we go into some of the trivia questions, I think this actually would be kind of interesting for you to share a little bit about, Tricia, but a little bit about the tech work and that animated video you did, and then a little bit about like how Peter, does come to life. Can you share a tiny bit about that?
Sure. So I am super fortunate that Teacher Goals had a connection with Quiver Vision when they signed a contract with me to write Peter and Meter. So Quiver Vision powers the augmented reality. And so when I knew that I could make a fully augmented book, I just went crazy. Everything that I could make move, I made move. And so there is one QR code inside the book. And when you scan that QR code, you get access to everything about Peter and Meter in this book and in the activity packet that goes with it. And you can scan it and see things come to life. The activity packet has things that are even beyond this. And what I wanted was reading to come to life. And I also wanted to give you even more if you had an augmented reality experience. So I, as an art teacher, did a lot of augmented reality with my students, especially towards the end of my career. And I just saw how it was hooking my students and helping them, just drawing them in to the characters, to the meaning of the story in a more engaging way. And so I just knew that I wanted an augmented reality story that could do the same thing, especially since this is interactive and you could send your advice to Peter all along.
Yes. And I hear so many people asking where they can get your book, and they can find it on Amazon online. Just go on Amazon, Peter a Meter, Barnes & Noble online, and I shared a link a little bit ago with you guys. But we have some great questions already coming through for you as an author, but I want to get through our trivia questions first so that we have some designated, because I know we have a Quiver Vision license prize coming, so I want to make sure we get through those. So I'm going to pop up our first question here for our audience. And again, guys, if you want to make sure you answer and actually, let me remove this so we can see it a little bit better. If you guys want to make sure that you answer in the comments, because we have some prizes for you guys. So for our first question, name some of the ways that Peter unwinds. So how are some of the ways that Peter unwinds? Okay, let's see. Looking for some answers here. We've got some good comments coming in. And our answer is pet the cat, yoga, music, read, draw, soak in the sun. We had a lot of great answers, so I'm going to pick. It's so hard to pick.
There's so many answers already.
I know. Okay, we've got our winner for this prize. We have listening to music here. So, and we're going to show you actually what you're going to win, which will be, you will be getting a copy of Peter a Meter yourself. So congratulations.
Yay.
If you want to email me at contact@teachergoals.com, let me know what you won, and I will get that book out to you.
Awesome.
So I know. Okay, so let's look at our next. And this is, I think, maybe my favorite thing that we do is we have our, when I see the one that I picked for you, Tricia, I really, really enjoyed.
Great.
But it's, I think I was saying to Aaron, I think my favorite thing is to see authors' responses when they see their pictures. But so we have a drawing contest winner for Peter a Meter. Thanks everyone that submitted. And our drawing contest winner is Pamela Trudeau. Isn't that adorable?
Who's the artist? Is it the cat? No.
I'm not sure. Like, I'm kind of thinking like all the photos that were submitted were with the cat. And so I'm kind of like, I think that cat has some special powers.
That's so cute. Love it.
So congratulations, Pamela. And Pamela, all of our, again, drawing prize winners today are going to be receiving a gift card from Arsonia, which they're one of our awesome sponsors today. We really, really, really appreciate it. So you can get that amazing artwork that your cat did printed on something wonderful.
Ooh. Love it.
Okay, and for we have another trivia question and another prize to give away. So everybody listen up and be ready to answer this one. Okay, so we have, this is, I think, a fun question. Tricia's brother loves to cook for her. Can you guess which robot is named after him?
I love
So I'm gonna let some of the, I know, that's a good one. And this might be my favorite robot in your book. I just love I love the look of him. But let's see. Let's get some answers to come in. Okay, so okay, I see one.
I see the answers.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm starting to see. I was waiting for a few to come in, but I'm starting to see them now. Okay, so the answer is microwave.
Yay! Shout out to my brother Mike. I still have some enchiladas left over from the last time he brought me food. Thanks.
Nice. That's awesome. And I'm going to, I like the different way everyone spelled this name though, but I'm going to pick a winner here. We have Sherry. You are going to be our winner of this question, and you have won a Pro Quiver Vision educational license from our amazing sponsors. And what's so neat about Quiver Vision is if you guys have downloaded the activity book, and also, of course, I had to have Quiver Vision's prize be with Peter a Meter, because Peter a Meter comes to life with augmented reality with Quiver Vision. So you have won yourself a pro license from them. Be sure to email me at contact@teachergoals.com. and let me know what you won to claim your prize. We have a couple of minutes, so I'm hoping we can have one author question, and hopefully then we'll give away at least one more copy of Peter a Meter. So let's see some of the questions that came through. Okay, here we go. Sharing some of them. Hold on, let me pick one that we had earlier. Sorry, guys, be patient with me. Okay, I don't know if I've ever heard you answer this, Tricia.
Okay.
But how did you pick Peter's name?
Peter's name is an acronym, actually. It stands for Programmable Empathetic Touch-Sensitive Emotional Robot. And so, did you see that at the very beginning of the story? There's the acronym spelled out right here. So that's where that came from. I thought it was a way to give extra information at the same time as having a cute name. And then Peter O-meter. And I have to say, O-meter is something that I used to say all the time in my classroom. I had a fun day-o-meter. I had a spoof-o-meter. Everything became an O-meter. So it made sense that my first children's book would be something O-meter.
There we go. I was going to say, I saw that one come through and I was like, I don't think I've ever heard you actually technically explain that. Okay, well, and Stephanie, if you want to shoot me an email as well to contact@teachergoals.com, you have won yourself a copy of the book.
Congratulations.
Okay. And Tricia, it's amazing how quickly 30 minutes goes. That's crazy. That just like flew by. I want to thank you so much for joining us today and being one of our authors for World Read Aloud Day and sharing your wonderful book with us. And everyone stay tuned because up next we have Grumpy Monkey coming to us.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for having us, Tricia. And everyone stay tuned. We'll have a quick little video, and then we will be back right away.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye, guys. And welcome back. I'm having, honestly, like a little bit too much fun just reading your guys' comments and enjoying the read alouds myself in the background. But welcome again, guys. If you're just now, I know we have people joining us on and off throughout the live since we're streaming for 4 whole hours today. But if you want to share where you're joining us from in the comments, make sure you're participating, answering the questions as we are giving away different prizes throughout the live. And I love to see the questions that come through for the authors. We always answer those at the end if we have time. Share a little bit of our people that are joining us. It says hi from Waterbury Elementary School in Illinois. It says, so excited to be able to participate. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hi, Central Kitsap High School, room 1202. This is another thing I've pointed out. We've had a lot of people today from New Jersey, and we have had a lot of people showing up from Canada. How awesome is that? A lot of people from Canada. And we had one a little bit ago that I didn't get to share, but I saw some people even joining us from Trinidad, which that is so cool. We got hi from South Carolina. Let's see what we got. I'm trying to share as many comments as we can. We love Grumpy Monkey, 3rd graders in New York. Wyoming joining us. Everybody, thank you guys so much for joining us today. Okay, so before we get started, I want to just welcome you guys back again. We now have our Grumpy Monkey session, and I don't really know anyone that doesn't know Grumpy Monkey. So I know it's a big, big, big favorite. So I would like to welcome our next author. Hello.
Hi.
I was going to say already, welcome so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I love all of the Grumpy Monkey books behind you.
Those are most of those. It's getting out of hand, but most of those are the different foreign language editions.
That's so cool.
Even languages that prior to the book being like translated into such said language I hadn't heard of. The one that always pops by is Luxembourgish.
Okay, so I already have a question for you,
yeah.
But you might not know the answer. How many languages is Grumpy Monkey published in?
I have a ballpark, and it's like close to 30.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you get like another copy of a different language, it has to like look really cool.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how it looks, and in some books they changed the names of the characters. So it's always interesting to see. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't say it technically. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Suzanne Lang, the amazing author of Grumpy Monkey, here to join us today for our third Read Aloud. And again, I've been sharing a ton of comments, but we just have everyone talking about how much they love your books. We love Grumpy Monkey. But before, so we stay on track, I'm going to go ahead and pop myself back and let you do our amazing Read Aloud of Grumpy Monkey today. Okay, great. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Today we're going to read the original Grumpy Monkey. So, Grumpy Monkey. Grumpy Monkey. One wonderful day, Chimpanzee woke to discover that nothing was right. The sun was too bright, the sky was too blue, and the bananas were too sweet. Jim was confused. What's going on? Maybe you're grumpy, suggested Norman from next door. I'm not grumpy, Jim insisted. On his walk, he met Marabou. Jim's grumpy, Norman told Marabou. Why are you grumpy, Jim asked Marabou. It's such a wonderful day. Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy, said Jim. But look at how you're standing, Marabou said. It's true, said Norman. You're all hunched. So Jim loosened up. Then he ran into Lemur. Jim's grumpy, Norman told Lemur. Why are you grumpy, Jim asked Lemur. It's such a wonderful day. Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy, said Jim. Your eyebrows look grumpy, said Lemur. It's true, said Norman. They're all bunched up. So Jim raised his brow. Then he tripped over Snake. Oh no, said Norman. That's the last thing you need when you're feeling so grumpy. Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy, said Jim. And why that frown, said Snake. I think it's because he tripped over you, Norman whispered to Snake. So Jim put on a smile. Finally, Jim looked happy. But he didn't feel happy inside. Everyone wanted Jim to enjoy this wonderful day. You should sing with us, said the birds. Jim didn't feel like singing. You should swing with us, said the monkeys. Jim didn't feel like swinging. You should roll with us, said the zebras. Jim didn't feel like rolling. You should stroll with us, said the peacocks. Jim didn't feel like strolling. You should lie in the grass. You should stomp your feet. You should take a bath and make a splash. You should hug someone. You should laugh. You should take a nap. You should eat old meat or some honey. You should jump up and down. You should sit in the sun. You should dance. But Jim didn't feel like doing any of that. Why are you grumpy? Jim asked the others. It's such a wonderful day. I'm not grumpy, shouted Jim as he beat his chest. And he stormed off. Jim felt sorry. A little sorry for shouting at everyone, but mostly sorry for himself. I guess I am grumpy, Jim sighed. And just as he was starting to feel really sad, he came upon Norman. Norman was slumped. His eyebrows were bunched up. He was frowning. What's the matter? Are you grumpy? Asked Jim. No, I danced with porcupines, said Norman. He got porcupine quills in his bottom. Ouch! Are you okay? Asked Jim. It hurts, but I'll probably feel better soon enough, said Norman. Are you still grumpy? Yes, said Jim, but I'll probably feel better soon enough too. For now, I need to be grumpy. It's a wonderful day to be grumpy, said Norman. Jim agreed. And he already felt a little bit better. The end.
Can you hear me? There we
Now
go.
I can
Okay,
hear
there we
you.
go. I did that the last one. I keep forgetting to unmute myself. But I have to say it again. I'm having way too much fun watching you guys in the back end and laughing at your voices. All the authors do such a good job of reading their characters. Okay, well, we do have a few trivia questions for the audience. But before we do that, I've seen a couple of fun comments and questions come through. And I saw one question that I thought would be an interesting one for you to answer is, how many Grumpy Monkey books have you wrote?
Okay, so there's how many? So you write them, and then like a year or so later, they come out. So I've written more than there are in the store.
Okay.
I think that at this point, and I have lost track, but I think we're somewhere around, we've written at least 25 at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. And all, like, when you have a character that's able to make that big of an impact and then have that many books that people want to read about him. Like,
yeah. And it's fun because we've been able to explore different formats of books, from board books all the way to graphic novels with this character. And that's been really fun.
Yep. And I think I had shared with you I think it was, and I don't think I even shared this with you, which was even funnier. The week that we reached out to you to see if you could participate World Read Aloud Day, the next day, my daughter came home with the Grumpy Monkey, one of your new versions of it from the Scholastic Book Fair.
Yes.
And I did not even tell you this, but then the next day, my son, who got to go to the Scholastic Book Fair, came home with the identical Grumpy Monkey
Oh, that's
book.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
And I was like, well, I go, isn't that a small world? I was like, I reached out to you, and then I also came home with 2 copies of your book.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I had the photo of your daughter.
Yes.
And I remember saying, she is so cool.
Yes, I think she had her skeleton earrings on.
She had really cool earrings on. I was like, wow, she is way cooler than me when I'm holding that book.
Okay, I see another. We got some great questions, so I'm going to do a few questions while I see them come in. Here's one. What inspired you to create Grumpy Monkey?
Okay, so I don't know if people know that I make these books with my husband. So I'm the author, he's the illustrator. The Grumpy Monkey book was his idea, and it was inspired by me, though, the original Grumpy Monkey. I love that. Having a grumpy day. He was trying to cheer me up. I was like, okay, I don't want to be cheered up. I just want to be grumpy. And
Yeah.
he thought to himself in that moment, that's kind of a good idea for a book because probably lots of people can relate to that. He was tactful. He didn't say it in that moment when I was grumpy. He actually didn't tell me. It was years later when I heard the idea.
He was smart enough to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great though, because like sometimes you're just grumpy.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You're just grumpy.
As long as you're not taking it out on other people, you know, and that I hope is part of the takeaway of the story too. Like it's all good. We all feel our feelings, all our feelings are valid as long as we're not taking them out on others. You know?
Yep. And here's a good question. What other books have you written?
Okay, so there was a book, our very first book that was published is called All Kinds of Families. That's a board book. Then right after that, it was not originally a board book. It was originally a regular picture book called Families, Families, Families. And then right on the heels of that, we were asked to do a follow-up, and that was called Hooray for Kids. That book tanked. Nobody bought it. It went out of print pretty much instantly. But they had already like signed a contract to do Grumpy Monkey. So because we thought after that book, we were like, oh, well, that's it for us. And then we still had to make Grumpy Monkey. So we did. And here we are now with that. And now all these years later, we finally have our first non-Grumpy Monkey book out in years and years, and that is called Archibald and the Furry Dinosaurs.
Fun.
It is if I do say so myself, it is a really silly, fun book about a world where all the dinosaurs have fur, and he's the one bald dinosaur, and he goes on a quest to try to find his hair. So that's a different book. And then there are more coming that aren't announced yet that are not Grumpy Monkey. There are at least 2 new characters coming.
That's exciting. I love how you kind of said that your one book tanked, but they were already committed to Grumpy Monkey. And I'm like, could you imagine though if they wanted to move forward with you guys and then not have done Grumpy Monkey with how big of a book it is?
It's very funny though, but we always look at that and laugh because we really, really thought Grumpy Monkey would be the last book we ever made. We were like, well, they're making it because they're obligated to.
Yeah.
But, you know, okay, there goes, that's it. We're done now. And now it's like, who knew? Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
And then you got all those like copies of different languages behind you now.
Yeah.
Okay. So we might have some time for some more questions at the end, but I want to make sure we get through our trivia questions. So our first question, and everybody make sure you are answering in the comments because we have some prizes to give away. So our first question, let me take this so we can see better. There we go. What is Grumpy Monkey's actual name in the story? So what is his actual name? So wait for some of the comments to come through. I see a lot. I see you guys are quick.
They know.
They are. Yeah, I was going to say it's like boom, 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 boom. Okay, I see a lot. And let's see here. We're going to, our answer is chimpanzee. And I see right here, we have a winner, Serena, for Jim. And you have won your own copy of Grumpy Monkey. So if Serena, if you want to make sure that you email me at contact@teachergoals.com and send me your information, and I will be getting a book out to you. Next, which is always my favorite thing to show, our authors always really love seeing this, is going to be our Grumpy Monkey World Read Aloud Day contest winner. So we had a bunch of wonderful drawings submitted for a Grumpy Monkey. And our winner of this drawing contest is Macy, age 7. Submitted by, I know, aren't these so good? They're so fun.
Wow, amazing. Oh my goodness. That
Great
is
job. And only age 7. I thought that was
stunning.
pretty darn good.
Keep drawing,
and-
Maisie. Wow,
And
you're great.
Again, all of our drawing contest winners are awesomely winning a Arstonia gift card from them so they can take their drawing and get it printed on anything they want. So thank you guys again for being our sponsors. We really, really, really appreciate that gift. And congratulations, Macy. So if you guys keep on tuning in right now, we're going to do another trivia question. And I think we'll have some more author questions time at the very end. So next question we have for everyone, and I always found this kind of pretty interesting about you. Suzanne not only writes children's books, she also writes for what? What else has she written for before? So not children's books. So let's let some questions come in. Oh, I already see someone got the answer. You guys are so quick. Okay, so the answer is children's TV. She has also written for TV. And where did I find that? Right here. Our winner, Jessica, is our winner. And I might have to, once we show the prize, I want you to share a little bit more about your writing for children's TV because that's so interesting. But you have won a pro educational license from EduAid, our partners and our sponsors. So make sure that you send an email to contact@teachergoals.com so I can make sure that I get that to you guys. And I wanted to say a big shout out to EduAid for being one of our sponsors and providing some awesome giveaways for us. Before we have a few more author questions, can you tell us a little bit about your experience writing for children's TV?
Yeah, sure. So these days I'm doing less and less of that as I'm doing more and more of the books. So but I still do a little bit, and it is pretty much only for there's a wonderful production company in the UK. I don't know if we have anybody watching from the UK, but it's called Magic Light Pictures. And in the UK, they produce these very beautiful specials they're animated specials that are adaptations of books by Julia Donaldson and Axel Scheffler. There's like a lot of what they do. So the most famous of those books is called The Gruffalo. And
okay.
One that's come over here that I see in the shops is Room on the Broom. And so they've got a huge body of work, and my husband and I will co-author the screen adaptations for those. That's kind of the thing that I do the most in children's TV these days. He also sometimes directs some of those projects. Historically, I did both writing and some kind of producing and executive work in children's television. I worked for many years at Cartoon Network in Europe. And
oh, neat.
Yeah, and that was great. And one of the shows that I worked on, not as a writer, but as an executive, is called The Amazing World of Gumball, that came out of that studio.
Yes.
It's a really, really fun show. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that show. That's a great show. Yeah. That's so neat. Okay. Well, so we have a little bit of time for some more author questions. And so I'm going to shoot some of those out here. You guys ask such good questions. It's hard to pick. Okay, here we go. Which book that you made was your favorite?
Yeah,
that's hard.
That is very hard. I do love, it's often like I love whichever one is newest. So I do love the new one, Archibald, because it's a very fun. Yeah. I'm taking it around to schools a lot now, and I love reading it out loud. It's a really fun read aloud. But my favorite of the Grumpy Monkeys, again, if I have to pick one, is it's the one that's right for this season, and it is this one, Grumpy Monkey Valentine Gross Out. And I love it because I love Valentine's Day because I love chocolate and I love getting like Valentines, I don't want to see the public displays of affection. I have no, that grosses me out. And I couldn't believe that I was allowed to write a book expressing how gross I find it when I see like people kissing and being all lovey-dovey. And then I feel validated every time I read this with kids, because usually the reaction is very big, and I find I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who gets grossed out by that.
Yeah, especially kids. I mean, they're like, okay, well, I'm not sure to say a lot of people have their like hashtags. So like Mazza Dowling Brown say that if you want to send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, I have a copy of Grumpy Monkey to send you. I think we have a couple of time for a little bit more few questions. Like this is a good one, I think. How old were you when you published your first book?
Okay, I gotta think about that for a second. So that family's book came out, I want to say in 2015. Let's go with that. And if I am 51 now, so 40.
Yeah.
Is that math? Is that the math?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah. So I think I was 40 when that first book actually was published.
I love actually hearing that, because we had Aaron Reynolds on this morning, and he was talking about how his first book did not get accepted till he was 35. It was denials, and I think so many of our students really love to hear about getting a book published and how hard it is.
It
and
takes a long time. So Archibald, which I've mentioned a couple times, this book, we wrote the first version of this not terribly long after we wrote the first version of Grumpy Monkey. Rejected. Even when Grumpy Monkey was a huge success, rejected.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Multiple times. And we just kind of were a bit tenacious about it, and, reworked it a little and kept.
Yeah.
So yes, it can take a long time. I also think the message of like hearing how old we all were when our first books came out, we all can have multiple jobs and multiple careers in our lives. And I think that's important to know too. You can change your mind, or your path might just change. You don't have to feel like you're locked into something.
Yep. Yep. I love that.
You never know.
Yeah. I think that's great to share. And I saw one question come through earlier. I'm always very interested in that. Our students always, I said, are very fascinated to ask questions from our authors about like just the process of getting a book published. And one question I saw come through was, and before I forget, though, our how old were you when you published your book? Make sure you send me an email as well to contact@teachergoals.com so I can send you a copy of Grumpy Monkey. But one question I saw come through earlier was how many rounds and drafts do you usually have to go through?
Okay, well, it varies from book to book. At this point, we often don't count because we have a funny way of counting, because the thing when you work with your spouse is like there's a shorthand between the two of us, so we can be less formal. So there are often a lot of drafts that pass between Max and me before we even get to showing them to our editor, right?
Yeah.
But we sort of have a shorthand where sometimes we consider something draft 1. And if we're just making like certain types of changes, like not major ones, we then start going, the next draft is 1B, 1C, 1D.
Yeah.
But if it's like bigger changes, then it becomes draft 2. And so we're very, but I can't say there's like a formal way of figuring that out, like how we.
Yeah.
But that is all to say countless drafts. Countless. Because
probably if you keep track too much, it'd probably be like, I don't want to know what draft number we're on right now.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just because you're making a small change, or, or then when it finally gets to the stage where our editor is looking at it, then there's another draft that'll happen there. And then there's a copy edit draft there. But, it's a lot. It's a lot of drafts, and it's important, I think, for kids to hear that, rewriting is such a huge part of the process. And when when you're showing your teacher something and they're giving you suggestions for rewriting and you don't want to hear that. And none of us want to hear it. Even as professionals, we get the note and we're like, ugh.
Yep.
Sleep on it.
It makes you a little grumpy.
Sleep on it. Yeah, you get grumpy in the moment, but then you sleep on it and you come back fresh and you see what is that note? Where is that note coming from? Where is that comment? Like and you try to look at it with an open mind, and usually it leads to something better.
Something better.
So it's
right.
Yeah. So I know that for kids, rewriting is really frustrating.
Yep.
But it's important.
Yeah. Well, that was awesome. That was so many great questions. Well, we're towards our end of your 30 minutes. So I want to thank you so much for joining us today. I know everyone loves to hear Grumpy Monkey read aloud. And I want to thank you so much for your time. And I'm going to just check right here. And then for our audience, I want them to make sure they stay tuned as we will have a quick video, and we will be right back with our next author, Phyllis Fagell, who will be reading The Wonder Box. So I want to thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody, and welcome back. This is so much fun. I cannot believe we're already on our fourth author. I don't even know how that's possible. And looks like right now there are over 600 of you guys watching. That's so awesome. You guys can continue to share in the chat where you're joining us from. I already see the comments coming through. I love the Wonder Box. Oh, and I got the question. I already answered. How many people are watching? It looks like right now I can see 620. You guys keep bouncing up and down. Oh, this is so neat. We got everyone that's coming in. Say hello. We've got Colorado Springs. We've got Illinois. What else we got coming in from? We've got... Say welcome, Glendale Elementary, 2nd grade. Say hello all from Lake. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Elsinore? Yeah, you might have to help me on that one. We got hi from Mrs. Miner's class in Canada. Again, we have so many people here today from Canada. We've had so many people tune in from Canada today. That's so awesome. Hello from Kansas City, Missouri, 5th grade is happy to be here. And I heard someone say too that they have not read the Wonder Box and they're really excited to hear it. Hello from Mrs. Taylor's 2nd grade class in New York. Okay, guys, we'll keep sharing those comments. Again, we'll have some questions after the read aloud, some trivia questions. Make sure you answer them as a class because we have some more giveaways. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome our next author, Phyllis Fagell. Hi, Phyllis.
Hi, so nice to be here. 600 people, that's amazing.
I know, it's so awesome. We've had people from, like I said, Canada, Africa. We've had someone from Germany popping in. It's been really cool to see. I mean, even with the different time zones, people are still showing up. I mean, I even know in California, it's a lot different time for us right now. But we've got, without further ado, this is Phyllis Fagell, the amazing author of The Wonder Box. I'm really excited to have you here for your first World Read Aloud Day with us and to share your book with us. So before we get started, I'm going to, in a minute, let you take it away and read your book, and I'll sneak backstage, and then I'll pop back up and we'll do some questions with the audience. So I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to read to you The Wonder Box. It's my first children's book, and I wrote it because I work every day with little kids, and they have the biggest and best imagination. And a lot of the things you're going to hear about in this story are actually real games and ideas that my own students have come up with. And I would love to hear afterwards some of your ideas as well. So I will read the book. Here we go. On the first day at his new school, Miles sat next to a boy with a giant plastic cobra on his lap. Miles wanted to ask him why he was holding a cobra, but his stomach swooped and soared like a roller coaster. I don't even know his name, he thought. Miles sometimes had trouble talking to kids at his old school, too, but at least there he had known everybody's name. He could even rearrange the letters in his friends' names to make new words. Brian was brain, Liam was male. Would you rather be a shapeshifter or have X-ray vision? Cobra Boy asked the girl sitting next to him. I'd choose mind control so I could make people like me, Miles thought. As Miles stared at his feet, he played with the letters in Mr. Bantam's name. B-A-N-T-A-M makes Batman. Miles snorted. Our teacher is Batman, he started to tell Cobra Boy, but as he turned back, the boy was already chatting with someone else. Great, Miles thought. Now I'm the goof talking to the wall. Much to Miles' relief, a girl dragged her chair over. I'm Abby, the girl said to Miles. I speak fluent cat. I speak cat too, he said. Purr, meow, chirp, meow. He flicked an imaginary tail. I didn't know you speak cat, James, Abby said. So that was his name. Hiss, purr, purr, chirp, chatter. Abby stretched and blinked slowly. Then she and James kept meowing and purring. Miles wanted to ask if they could teach him cat too. How do you interrupt someone mid-meow? Mr. Bantam told the class to write something interesting about themselves in their journal. Miles exhaled. Now I won't have to talk to the wall, he thought. I keep my imagination in my wonder box, he wrote. I can hike through candy forests and drive my race car down chocolate highways. Did you know that race car, spelled backwards, is also race car? Every time Miles flipped a page in his journal, James scowled at him. What are you looking at? James asked, slamming his journal shut. What did I do to him? Miles thought. Journals are stupid, James muttered to himself. How are we supposed to know what to write? I use my wonder box, Miles said timidly. James squinted. What wonder box? He asked. I don't see anything. Miles waved at the air above his head. It's hard to see because the edges are mostly cloud vapor. James squinted until the box came into focus. What's on the inside? He asked. Mostly my imagination, Miles said. I keep a lot of anagrams in there too. That's when you rearrange the letters in a word to make a new word. What a know-it-all, James thought. I think we're becoming friends, Miles thought. At recess, Miles ran over to James. Maybe he'll want to play tag, he thought. Hey, look, I stole your wonder box. Whose wonder box is it now? James yelled, sprinting across the playground. Miles froze in his tracks. Abby, James stole my Wonder Box. Why would a friend do that? That's Gordon, the talking dragon. Your imagination, Abby said. Yes, he took my Wonder Box right off my head, Miles said. That's silly, Abby replied. You can't steal imagination. Look up. Concentrate. Miles took a deep breath and focused. My Wonder Box. It's back, Miles said. He took stock of its contents. Talking dragons? Check. Rock Candy River? Check. Robot dog? Check. Miles was relieved, but then his smile faded. I guess I won't be friends with James after all. Oh, I don't know about that, Abby said. Let's go talk to him. James sat under a tree, his head slung between his legs. I guess you're going to tell Mr. Bantam, he said. I know I shouldn't have taken your Wonder Box. I'm just so sick of having no imagination. I'm not going to tell on you, Miles said softly. He suddenly remembered James and Abby's conversation. Besides, you have a Wonder Box. How do you think you learned cat? Miles is right, Abby said. I can see your Wonder Box. James looked up and his face brightened. I see it too, he said. There are a zillion slithering cobras in there. Abby, your Wonder Box has a gajillion cats, Miles said. Miles sighed. I wish I could speak cat. Don't worry, we'll teach you, James said. Maybe we'll be friends after all, Miles thought. After recess, the class worked on their journals again. James scribbled so fast, his pencil broke in half. When it was time to share their journals, James and Miles went up together. At first, my mind went blank when I tried to write, James told the class. I even panicked and stole Miles' Wonder Box. But it turns out Wonder Boxes come back, Miles said. No one can steal your imagination. My Wonder Box is pretty cool, James told his classmates. It's filled with Cape, Forest, and Caspian cobras, the most venomous kind in the world. An anagram of toy snake is easy not, Miles said. James stared at him. Miles' stomach sank. He thinks I'm a total goof, Miles thought. But James just smiled. If you rearrange the letters in Miles, you get slime, he said. We are friends, Miles thought. Suddenly, Miles' Wonder Box started to shake. It was full of glow-in-the-dark serpents playing hide and seek in a firefly forest. That gave Miles an idea. He turned to James. Let's play slither tag at recess, he said. What's in your Wonder Box? And here are some pictures of the illustrator Tricia Fuglestad and of me. So,
okay, I ran away for 2 seconds.
I cannot hear you if you're talking.
Oh, you can't be? Can you hear me now? No? Hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can't, but I'm happy to start taking questions if you'd like.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if others can hear you.
Hold on. Let's see. Hello? No? Hold on 1 second. Okay, can you guys hear me or can Phyllis just not hear me? No? Okay. Okay, so for our first trivia question, we are going to do, what is the main character's name in the Wonder Box? Okay. What is the main character's name in the Wonder Box? Let's see. We got some coming on. Okay, hold on. I want to make sure trying to make sure. Okay. I think they hear me, Phyllis, luckily. Okay, so the main character's name in the Wonder Box is Miles. Let's find our winner for this question. We have Dana. You have won this trivia question. And we are going to be seeing what your prize will be, which is you are going to be getting a copy of the Wonder Box. So if you can make sure to send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com, and I will make sure to get that book out in the mail for you. Our next up, we have our drawing contest winner for the Wonder Box. So this is always super fun to share with all of you guys. We have, no, hold on a second. I'm just going to answer Phyllis real quick. There we go. So for our winner for this drawing, we have Philip, age 7, submitted by Mrs. Grimley via Instagram. Congratulations, Philip. And Philip, you are winning. Sorry, one second. You are winning a $25 gift card from Artstonia, which is awesome. So make sure that you send an email to contact@teachergoals.com so that I can make sure to get you your prize. So next, while see if we can get Phyllis to come back on and hear us. Let's see. Can you hear me now, Phyllis?
Yes, now I can hear you.
There we go. Okay. Luckily, they were still able to hear me. You just couldn't hear me for some reason. So I was like, oh no. But actually, before we do the next question, I ran away for a second to grab something really fast when you were finishing up your read aloud that I thought would be kind of fun to share with our audience. So I'm going to ask the next question first, and then I'm going to share. I have a special guest. Okay, so I think our audience is going to be excited about it, but I have a special guest with us. So let me share our next question, which is, what animal does James bring to school on the first day? What animal does James bring to school on the first day? Let's see if we can get some comments to come through. Yep. Okay, I see. I kind of like some of the answers, though. A giraffe. I think that'd be like if a student brought a giraffe to school. I mean, that would be something. Okay, I see a lot of answers coming in. And we're going to right here. It is a cobra or a snake. And I have a special little guest with us that I thought I would let everybody see. Hopefully no one's scared of snakes.
Wait, is that a real snake?
Oh, of course. This is Corny. I thought he could say a little bit of a hello since we are since we had a snake question.
That's
Say
amazing.
hi. You have to have special guests. I mean, not just authors today. We have to have our animals too. So, I mean, he's pretty relaxing. We let him hang out for a little bit. Okay, so we have our winner, Michelle Whitford, and your prize let me get this back up here, is going to be, you actually have won a Thinkering Collective Fellowship from our sponsors at Thinkering Collective. They're an amazing nonprofit organization that does and funds fellowship programs for our teachers. So make sure you send an email to me at contact@teachergoals.com, and we will be getting that prize to you. So I think we have a little bit of time to have a few author questions and answers. I saw some come through earlier, but ask a few questions, guys, to Phyllis, because I have some more prizes to give away from some of our participants. Okay, here's a good one, because I know you have an answer for this. What other books have you written?
So other than a children's book that I wrote in second grade, which showed me how much I love writing, although that was not published other than by myself, I have written a couple of books for actually parents and educators of middle schoolers. So I've always worked in K-8s or K-12s, working with students of all ages. And there were lots and lots of books for parents of little kids, but not so many books for parents of middle schoolers. So that was where I started publishing books.
That's awesome. Okay. Here's a question. Oh, and I just want to say, though, and Mrs. Taylor, you can also send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com, and I will be getting you a copy of the Wonder Box mailed out to you. So let's find another question here. Here's a good one. Okay, here we go. Do you like snakes? And did any of your reels, because I know the book's inspired by some, kids you actually knew. Did any of your students ever actually bring a snake to school, or any animals? Do you have any interesting animal stories?
So I did have a student who liked to bring her hamster to school.
Okay.
No snakes, but we had, we're in this school is in the city, and there was a backyard area behind the school where they would make animal hospitals and insect hospitals. And during cicada season, when there were many, many, many big bugs all over everything, from the trees to the blacktop, they would see some of them that didn't look like they were doing so well. And they made a big insect hospital inside a log where they would take care of the insects.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. And I was just thinking this cicada season. There was whatever year that was, where we were just I just remember the cicadas just lining up the sidewalks. They were just everywhere. Yeah. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere. Okay. Natasha, you can also send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com, and you will be getting a copy for your classroom of the Wonder Box. Okay. I think we might have time for one or two more questions. I think this is a fun one because this person was actually just featured a little bit ago. But here's a question. What is it like working with an illustrator? Did you share the same vision, or did it take several tries?
That's a great question, because I happen to be very, very lucky to work with someone who not only illustrates books, but has experience writing children's books. So she was able to help me learn how to write a children's book and asked a lot of really good questions that sometimes made me revise or rethink how I was presenting an idea. So I brought to the table the story that I wanted to share. And I can see some of these other questions are related to how much the kids I work with contributed, or whether or not they have Wonder Boxes. And I will say that I did walk around asking my students whether or not they had one, and if they did, what they would put in it. And a lot of them immediately understood what I was talking about. Many wanted to put in puppies or candy or cotton candy, or just images of them doing things that would make them proud or make other adults in their life proud of them, even just doing nice things for other people. So I was really inspired by the things that they put in their own Wonder Boxes. And one of them actually made one to show me out like a
Oh,
3D
neat.
Wonder Box. She made it with cardboard and tape and construction paper and drew the things she would put inside her Wonder Box and put them inside. And I kept it in my office for a very long time until she was leaving the school, and then I gave it back to her.
Oh, that's awesome. And the reason I mentioned that is because for our students that have been watching the entire time so far.
I'm not hearing you again.
Oh, you're not hearing me again? Okay, I think.
But I can see the comments. So if you tell me
good.
what to answer,
yeah,
I can.
And I'm gonna
Just
say
add it to the chat.
Media specialist, if you want to send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, and I will get you a copy of your book. Okay. And we will do one more question. What about that, Phyllis?
What's in my Wonder Box?
Yep.
Oh, that's a really good question. So my Wonder Box definitely has a lot of the fidgets I like to play with. I've got some behind me. Just anything that I can play with my hands helps me think more clearly. I have to be busy to think. So I might put in my Wonder Box things like taking a walk by myself, because that's when I'm most creative. Or I might put in, I have a dog named Moose who I'm kind of obsessed with. He's a fur ball. He looks exactly like a stuffed animal, for real. I should have put him in the book probably, but maybe the next one. And he would be in my Wonder Box because I find it so relaxing to just play with animals and hang out with animals, even though there's no talking at all. Maybe that's why it helps me think more clearly and be creative. And definitely some candy, some chocolate would be in there too. I don't know about a chocolate lava river, but definitely some chocolate.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Phyllis. I know she might be having trouble hearing me. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up. And
thank you all for listening.
If you want to also, a person just asked a question, you can also send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, and I will get a copy of the Wonder Box out for you. And everybody make sure to stay tuned, as we will be having guests up. Stephen and Daniel are joining us, and they will be reading from Graham and Graham Save the Summer. And on the way out, I've actually got a little bit of some fun jokes for us to transition. So stay tuned, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Angie the Bookworm, and I'm here for a stand-up hour, or sit-down hour. Anyway, it's time for some worm jokes. What makes a glowworm glow? Wait for it. Ready? A light meal. All right, ready for the next one? What is even smarter than a talking worm? A spelling bee. Oh, I make myself laugh. All right, next one. How can you tell which end of a worm is which? Tickle it in the middle and see which end laughs. That would be this part right here. All right, next one. Why did the robin go to the library? Ooh, I don't like this one. He was looking for bookworms. You see any robins? I don't see any Did you hear that? Was that a bird? All right, next one. Why are glowworms good to carry in your backpack? They can lighten your load. Glowworms lighten. All right, yeah, I've heard better. All right. Next joke. What is worse than finding a worm when you bite into an apple? No one? Finding a half a worm. Man, That's how my cousin, measuring tapeworm, that's how he met his demise in an apple. Next one. What got the worm? The early bird, but not me, because I sleep in. No birds getting me. All right, last one. Knock, knock. Who's there? Worm. Worm who? Warm in here, isn't it? Ooh, I think I need to grab a sweater or take my sweater off. Do worms get cold? I am kind of warm. All right, that includes the worm jokes. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone, for our next author reading. Sorry about this, but I'm trying to pay a little bit of attention because this guy's really trying to get out of hand here. I'm going to have to put him back in a little bit. I just had to have him pop out, for Wonderbox. But I see that you guys really enjoyed the dad jokes. I appreciate that. We are at our 1 o'clock Eastern session now, or we'll be starting with Graham and Graham Save the Summer. So without further ado, I want to welcome everybody back again. Share in the comments where you guys are joining us from. I love seeing this from Dubai. That is so awesome. We've had people from all over the world joining us today. And we've got someone from Illinois here, from Indy here, lit class from Michigan. And so to get started, we are going to welcome our next two authors. We've got co-authors here for our next book. I would like to welcome Stephen and Daniel. Hi, guys.
Hey there.
How are you?
So well.
Good. Awesome. We've been having so much fun. As you can see, we even have animals coming out. I'm trying to pay attention well and do computer tech work while I have a snake on my hand. It's being a little bit difficult. But I want to welcome you guys today and thank you so much for joining us for World Read Aloud Day. We're excited to have you guys both here. And we already got some comments coming through. Before I'm going to get you guys started, we've got hello from Nevada. We've got people in Las Vegas. We've got 4th grade from South Dakota going strong. They actually didn't want to go to PE because they're having so much fun watching this. That's a huge compliment. Because PE is favorite class. Okay. Oh, Corny. Yes, Corny is the name of the snake, guys, if you haven't seen. This is Corny.
Corny is also an important part of our book, so.
There we go. Yeah. So I know this is kind of, and also for the students, I might have another animal guest pop up in a session or two. So start thinking about what other animal might be making an appearance just for fun today. I only own so many animals, so. Okay. Well, to get started, guys, I'm going to pop behind the stage. And I know, of course, with Graham and Graham, it's an amazing chapter book. So we're not going to be able to get to hear all of it today. But they're going to read about 10-15 minutes of the book, and so you guys can get like a little bit of a feel for it. So I'm going to let you guys take it away.
Okay. Hey, everyone. Thanks to all the classrooms who are joining us. Dan and I can see you in the chat, and we're excited to be with you. I'm actually I'm in a school in Newark, New Jersey, saying hi from a distance. My name is Stephen Chiger. I'm co-author of Gran. Dan, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Daniel Pierra, and I am in Fairfax, Virginia right now in my office. So yeah, that's we're not in the same place. We're in different places ourselves. So very World Read Aloud Day.
Yes, really excited to be with all of you. Thank you to all of you who invited us into your classroom, to your home. Thanks to people in the future who are watching this, and I hope the future is going well for all of us. We're just excited to read with you and share a little bit of our book with you. One thing you may not know is that Dan and I are friends all the way back to our high school days. Like many of you, we had dreams of writing and being writers, and we wrote when we were younger. And our friendship continued for many, many years, decades now. And we actually were to take that dream and turn it into a book that we're excited to share with you. I'll tell you a little bit about the book, and then we're both going to read a different section of it just to give you a flavor of it. And then I'm sure Elena will come back and we'll be able to answer any questions that you might have. For those of you joining us, this is our book right here. It's Gran Save the Summer. It is written independently if you were reading it, probably 3rd through 7th grade, but we've had folks read it with students as young as pre-K. So the book is designed to be for everyone. And it's a book of solve it yourself mysteries. If you like figuring out mysteries, if you like piecing together clues, if you think that you are savvy about using the internet, then this is a book for you. Every chapter has a mystery or riddle. There's always a hint from a character and then a conclusion. So we designed it both as educators to be for classroom discussion, whether you're talking with your parent or caregiver on your bed or talking with your whole class. That is why it is built and what we were thinking of when we put it together. Just to give you a quick little bit of context before we start reading, let's show you on the cover. The book is about 3 kids. You can see them as Nia, Deja, and D'Angelo. They have gone to visit their grandparents, Gran and Gran, you see them in the boat, who live on this weird island off the coast of Maine. And this island is different than a lot of places. It's strange. You can see there's a giant tower in the middle. It was built by an inventor who mysteriously vanished. We won't tell you what happened. You'll have to read to find out. But he mysteriously vanished. But before he did, he built this giant tower that gives super fast Wi-Fi to everyone. So everyone on this island is super connected. They're online. They all have tablets and computers. The internet is everywhere. But weird things happen as a result. And there's a series of mysteries that the kids need to solve. Someone on the island might be trying to take over the world. And in order to stop that person, they're going to have to solve a number of mysteries to kind of create a little bit of a better world for all of us. So if you think that you are savvy, if you think you're good at solving mysteries, if you're good at solving riddles, this is a book that might be for you. And if you are already reading books like this, if you've ever read Encyclopedia Brown or The Phantom Toll Booth or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or The Mysterious Benedict Society, those are books that kind of have the same vibe as the book that we tried to create, because some of our memories of reading and starting out reading, like we're very, very fond about those books, and we want to build that kind of experience for the modern day. So just to share with you today, I'm gonna read one section, then Dan's gonna read a section. We're gonna read a section where our protagonist, Nia, Deja, and Angelo, meet this guy. His name is Ruthbert, and you can already see from this image, you see there he is on his little ducky boat. Ruthbert is weird. He's a little bit off. I'm not gonna give too much away about Ruthbert. You'll meet him here, but he's a strange one. And he shows up in a number of chapters. He may be a little bit of a trickster, and the kids are going to get exposed to him for the first time, try to figure out what he is up to. So to give you context for our chapter, the siblings have gone to visit his house. The curator of the local museum has sent them there because Ruthbert submitted some things to the museum that just weren't true. He submitted all these facts and exhibits that weren't real, that weren't true, and they have to tell Ruthbert that we can't display the exhibits that you submitted to our museum. And Ruthbert lives in a weird place. He lives under a bridge, like a troll. And Ruthbert's house is full of flashing lights and all kinds of internet things. And in fact, I'm going to show you a picture of it. Let me hold it up to the screen so you can see it. Here's our three protagonists, our Nia, Deja, and D'Angelo, and there's Ruthbert. And you can see he's a little bit of a wild guy, and they are meeting him for the very first time. So I'm going to read to you from that section of the book so you just get a little bit of a flavor of what it feels like. Ready? Here we go. Welcome, welcome, came a voice from behind the curtain. It lifted up to reveal the strangest looking man Nia and her siblings had ever seen. Perhaps Ruthbert Rugglesford, a sallow string bean of a man somewhere in his early middle age, could be forgiven for wearing a purple top hat, which had to be 150 years out of style. That is, if it ever were in style. Perhaps his bow tie, which had pictures of other bow ties on it, was just a way of declaring his uniqueness. But his clothing made him hard to focus on for too long. Ruthbert wore a checkered button-down shirt over which he wore another button-down shirt that was striped like some kind of carnival barker's uniform and covered in a not insubstantial amount of glitter. His pants looked like a cross between a paper bag and a parachute. Hi there, said Nia in a barely audible whisper. Are you Mr. Rugglesford? Mr. Paperplate from the museum sent us. We're really sorry, but he wanted us to tell you that we couldn't display your exhibits. We're really sorry. Eh? Said the man in the top hat. We can't show your exhibits because they're full of cheap lies, shouted D'Angelo, who was always eager to deliver some real talk. Nia gave him a dirty look. Ruthbert began to pace and scan the ground at his feet, as though he were trying to find something he dropped. Oh dear. Oh my. Oh dear. Oh my. Like I said Nia, we're really sorry. Maybe we can help. It's just that those were some of my very best lies. I mean, I thought they were really good, undetectable even. Wait, what? Asked D'Angelo. I chose things that people already believed, said Ruthbert. Those are the best kind, you know. Ruthbert held up one finger and closed his eyes as though he were making a great pronouncement. The best lies are the ones that people already believe are true. Ruthbert snapped to, as if he suddenly realized he had company. Forgive me. I shall try harder next time, he said to the children with a wink, wink. Mr. Ruthbert, Nia asked, trying to be polite. Don't you think that maybe you should get some fact checkers to make sure you're accurate? Fact checkers, Ruthbert scoffed. My dear girl, I'm playing fact chess. Nia and D'Angelo had heard just about enough, but Deja couldn't help herself. You know, Mr. Ruthbert, my mommy says it's never good to lie. Oh, sweet one, I am sure she's right. I don't want people to lie. All I want is for people to believe. As he said the word believe, Ruthbert wiggled his fingers and made some sort of rainbow shape with his hands. Some glitter fell from his sleeve as he did this, creating an effect that, even D'Angelo had to admit, seemed pretty incredible. You see, said Ruthbert, when I was your age, people said I could be anything that I wanted to be. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yes, said Deja. Sure, said Nia. I guess, said D'Angelo. Right. Well, I wanted to be a dinosaur, or a sonic boom, or a ukulele. But when I said those things, they told me no. And then I said I wanted to be the best football player in the country. But they said I couldn't do that on account of I hate playing football. So you see, I'd been lied to, swindled, bamboozled, hoodwinked. Deja nodded. Ruthbert's logic was weird, but it also had a ring of truth. But then one day I found the internet. The lights in Ruthbert's house began to flash, and a jackpot noise sounded again at the mention of the word. Bring, bring, diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. And here, said Ruthbert, I can be anything I want. A country lawyer who's won all of his cases, a time-traveling golden retriever who solves mysteries, or a doctor who's invented pills that can make you grow tall. You name it, online, you can do it. You just have to get people to, and again, Ruthbert wiggled his fingers, believe. But You can't just say anything you want, said Nia, who felt like she was quickly becoming the most adult person in the room. Why not? Asked Ruthbert. Free country, right? We'll pause right there. So that's the introduction of Ruthbert. He shows up in a number of chapters. In fact, the chapter that Dan's going to share a bit of you. But that's our first introduction to him as a character in our book. You can see he's a little bit off kilter, a little bit weird, and someone that the kids are going to have to try to outsmart and reckon with as they try to solve the mysteries on the island. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan, who's going to give you your next taste of the book.
Yeah, so this part of the book is a lot later on after the kids and Graham and Gran have interacted with Ruthbert a bit, and he has not exactly made himself seem like a trustworthy fellow, but he wants to make it up to them, and he offers to take them on a hot air balloon ride in an indestructible hot air balloon. And so the scene that I'm going to read is just what happens once they get up there in the hot air balloon. Okay, so now that we're physically and emotionally acclimated, Ruthbert said, I would like to draw your attention to the south. He pointed out of the balloon, where you can see the entirety of Barnaby's Corner, tower and all. Sure enough, the whole town spread out before them like a map, from the docks in the west to the boardwalk on the eastern shore, and right in the middle, the tower, cutting an opposing figure above it all. The unique geography of this island makes it a perfect place for Barnaby Babble to have built that tower, which, as you know, is strong enough to control the entire internet. And to the north, Ruthbert said grandly. But Deja never discovered what was to the north, for at that very moment, there was a loud sproing, and the basket of the balloon lurched sickeningly and tilted down at an angle, throwing Ruthbert to the floor and causing the passengers to grab onto their seat straps in terror. Everything was quiet. Nothing to worry about. Everything is in order, said Ruthbert, standing up and steadying himself against the basket sides. I'm just going to... But Deja never found out what he was going to do, because at that moment there was another sproing, and the basket lurched again. Ruthbert, cried Graham, pointing up. The ropes connecting us to the balloon. Deja looked up to where he was pointing. The basket was connected to the balloon by 8 thick ropes, or at least it had been connected by 8 thick ropes. But now 2 of them were trailing off the sides of the basket, completely severed from the balloon that held them aloft. I thought you said this balloon was indestructible, Gran yelled. It's destructing right before our eyes. You lied again, you criminal. You promised us no more crimes. Despite the danger of their situation, Ruthbert seemed more upset by the accusation than the imminent disaster. I did not break my promise, he roared. I looked it up. Puffery is not against the law. What? Screamed Nia. Puffery. It's perfectly legal to say something untrue if no reasonable person would believe it. Of course a balloon is destructible. What kind of maniac would think that it's not? If I told you I was the greatest dancer in the history of the universe, would you believe me? Not anymore, I wouldn't, said Deja. What would that even mean? Asked Ruthbert. Greatest how, and who decides? If it's a lie so big it's obvious, then you're allowed to say it. Companies do it all the time. The claims just have to be very general, nothing too specific. You know, like world's best cup of coffee. But why? D'Angelo yelled. Why would you say it then if everybody's going to know it's a lie? That's advertising, baby. And it's more fun that way. Would you rather take a balloon ride or the most enjoyable balloon ride of all time? Don't you feel safer in a balloon made of space-age technology? I would feel safer in a balloon that wasn't falling apart, shouted D'Angelo. And so that's where I'm going to stop right now. You're going to have to read the book if you want to find out how they get out of that particular jam. But Steve over there has a great... Can you show the picture? Yes. That is my favorite illustration in the entire book. You can see Graham and Gran right there. They're doing something. Again, you got to read the book to find out exactly what it is. And the kids over on the other side, I think the illustrator did an awesome job with that. So I'm glad that Steve is showing it. Elena, you are... I can't hear you. I don't know if Steve can.
Can you hear me
Not
now?
yet.
Yes.
We sure can.
I've been doing a horrible job of unmuting myself today. I think I've been doing that almost every single time I come back on screen. What I was saying is that you guys not only were cracking me up, but cracking the audience up with your voices. That was so good.
It's funny. I have never heard Steve read the book, and I don't think he's ever heard me read it like that. So
isn't that funny? I was like, when you guys started, I was kind of being like, you guys are going to have to do a little bit more live read alouds. You guys have some good character voices. Okay, so we have a couple of trivia questions and some prizes to give away. But before we start with those, I see a few questions just coming in from the audience that I think are kind of fun to share with you guys and let you guys answer here. First, I have to say, we love the voices you used. I like this. Ward Warriors reading groups for the win. We got so many great people participating. But here's a question. And I've really been enjoying sharing these because I've noticed that our students really love to hear from our authors about their process, how they became an author. Really interesting how a lot of our authors really didn't get their first book published until much later in life, so it really takes time and effort to get there. So with this question, how old were you when you wrote the book?
How old were we? Like 40, 44? Is that right?
Yeah, maybe 43. Early 40s, let's say early 40s.
It's really funny. We've known each other since we were 14. Yeah, I think it was 44 because it was like 30 years of us knowing each other before this book came out. And if you think about like the length of time, I don't know how old we were. Probably shortly. We met for two reasons. First, we were in the same reading group together, and we both really loved the book that we were reading. And like I think we were the only two that really loved it. So we bonded over that. And then the other thing is we just really share a sense of humor. And so we really like to make each other laugh. And so I don't know when it was, but shortly after we met each other, we said we should write a book together to make each other laugh. And we tried.
The thing that's so great about this
I don't
book.
know, we were like 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
We're like, we're going to write a book.
But it's nice as an adult because what's great about your guys' book is it's kind of like watching a kid's movie that the adults get like the jokes too. And so like what's so great about reading your book is that like when I read it to my kids, like I was catching some jokes that they didn't catch always. And so it's like it's fun when the adult can enjoy it just as much as the kid. Yeah.
We tried to work on two levels. So we feel like that's the best thing about like becoming a reader is like the more you read, the more stuff you know, and the more stuff you know, the more jokes you get. So you can return to like your favorite movies and books over and over and still find new things. And just like, because I see the question coming up, like the first book Dan and I tried to write together was when we were in high school. We thought it was pretty funny. I don't know if the world would. It was an instruction manual on how to be obnoxious, and we were both very good at that. So that was our first attempt, and we actually discovered it a couple of years ago before we started writing this book, and it was part of the reason we said, you know what, like let's do this now for real. Together. And so, a lot of this book was us trying to make each other laugh and writing back and forth to each other and talking almost every day about the ideas in it and the jokes we were putting in.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to, let's see if we can answer one more question and then we'll do our trivia.
Sure.
But we got so many good questions already coming in. I kind of like this one. Do you guys remember what book it was you guys were reading together when you were in the reading group when you were younger?
I do. Do you, Steve?
I want to say it was The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. Am I right?
Was.
It's a great book. It's probably a little, if you're in elementary school, it's a little bit older. You'll get to it when you get a little bit older. It was a high school book. But the thing to know about Dan and I is that we love stories and we love reading and we love ideas. And so if you're the kind of person who loves stories and ideas, if you love talking, or writing, if those things are interesting to you, if you love the sense of wonder you get when you pick up a book, the sense of exploration when you're invited into a new world and you get to kind of create it with the author, then one, we hope you enjoy our book, but more importantly, we hope that you write and read, because the more you write and read, so the more that gets to be a part of your life, and you get to keep that with you your entire life, and no one can ever take it away. And that's why I have less hair than I did when I was young, but I still have that sense of joy and wonder that came all the way back when Dan and I were young.
And I do want to say something, which is like, it's also, if you love to like sit around and crack jokes and make each other laugh. Like, one of the things, I think that both of us at one point or another have sort of like tried to sit down and write books by ourselves, but it wasn't until we teamed up that like it really just came together, and it was so much fun. It was not hard. Like, no part of this was hard. It was just fun because like you just knew, like, this person that you know that gets your sense of humor, you're going to call them up on the phone and you're going to be like, hey, I thought of 15 new jokes for the book. You run them by. It's just like, it's just so much fun. So like reading, sometimes we think of reading as like a solitary thing, but it's not. It's actually a way to connect. And I think that that's part of the reason that we hope the book is fun, because like we had fun doing it and connecting with each other, and trying to connect with you guys as readers.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question before we do the trivia question, so make sure we have time. But they're asking so many great questions, because this, I think, is something we need to share. But, oh, here we go. Is there a part 2 of the book?
Can we break some news here?
Yes.
Yeah, we are hard at work on the sequel to this book. When we originally wrote this book, AI was just like, it was like a few weeks old. And we have a lot to say on that topic that links in. So stay tuned. This is a good time to read the first book because another one is on its way. And we are just so excited to continue this story. It's one of the nice thing about working with a friend is that we talk all the time. So we have lots of ideas. We've been bouncing, back and forth to each other, and we are just so excited to continue this journey with the characters, with all of our readers. So if that interests you, feel free to share ideas for the book. You can reach out to us because we are actively working on it.
Okay. And yeah, this is, I'm already thinking about like all the other lives we need to do. And I think we're going to have to do a live and bring some of our authors back and just let them talk to our audience about what it's like to write a book. Because I love how many of our students are just super interested in writing and reading and kind of like the process of becoming an illustrator or author. I think that's really, really inspiring because that is really like a lot of the questions we get from our kids here today. But we're going to do a few trivia questions because we have some giveaways to give out before we lose you guys today. So we are going to start, and I'll make sure you guys start getting ready to answer so we can have some winners. We have got our first question, which is name one of the 3 kids who go to stay with Graham and Gran for the summer. So I'm looking for any of their names. Give me one of their names, all 3 of their names. I'll let those comments start. Oh, okay. I already start seeing some come through. Yep. Good job. Awesome. Okay. So our answer is right here. And it looks like we have a winner. We got a lot of people coming through. Oh, that was the wrong one. Sorry about that. Sorry, I've got too many pick. I'm trying to pick a winner. Let me pick a winner.
Wow, you guys really...
You guys are moving too quickly.
And they were paying attention too.
I know. I was trying to pick the first one of the first ones I saw. There we go. D'Angelo. And so you are winning a very own copy of Graham and Graham Save the Summer for yourself. So congratulations. If you want to send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com and let me know what you won. And then I will be getting a copy of Graham and Graham out to you in the mail. And next up, and this is my favorite thing that we have our authors. I love to see our authors' reactions on this. So we have our drawing contest winner for Graham and Graham. And I want to share that on the next screen. So our drawing contest winner for Graham and Graham Save the Summer, who will be winning a $25 gift card from Artsonia, is Molly, submitted by Heidi via Facebook.
That is
amazing?
Phineas paper plate to a T. That's amazing.
Isn't that so awesome? And I have to give a little shout out to this special girl because I think I call her, well, she might be my niece. And I think I call her our biggest World Read Aloud Day fan because even like a month or two ago, before I had even gotten information out yet for World Read Aloud Day, she was already messaging her aunt asking when the drawing guides would be ready so she could start working on her drawings for World Read Aloud Day.
Cool.
So yeah, so just congratulations, Molly. You're going to be winning a gift card to Artsonia. And we have one, there's your prize there. We've got another trivia question, which actually there was just a clue if you heard it. This should be an easy one for you guys to get. Who is the newspaper editor who helps the kids and gives them important information in the book? So who is the editor? What is his name? So I'll give you a second to send that into. Let me answer. And then Kristen, you just asked a question. You to email me at contact@teachergoals.com to claim that prize. I just saw your question come through. I see it. I see an answer. Let me see if I can grab it. And the answer is Phineas T. Paperplate. And then where was our winner? I just saw it. You guys have too many. Hold on. A lot of people are guessing Graham, but that's not the answer. Here we go. Mr. Paperplate. I like that. That's a great name if you think about it. Mr. Paperplate. Congratulations, Jacqueline. You have won. Actually, I got to remember. What are you winning? Oh, you are winning a swag set from our partners at Snorkel. And actually, stay tuned because on the next screen, I'm going to share with all of you guys. I have a QR code to scan for Snorkel because they're giving away pro memberships to you guys. But if you can send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com to claim your prize. And I'm going to just share that real quickly. Right here, of our partners at Snorkel, if you guys scan this QR code, they are giving away a free pro version of their app until the end of this school year. And if you've registered, I'll also be sending this information out again to your emails, and it's in the activity book. So if you guys can't grab it right now, don't worry, you'll still be able to get it. I know you're probably all very busy. And next up, well, you guys we had so many good questions that we don't really have time for any more questions, unfortunately. But I want to thank you guys so much for joining us during this session. That was so much fun. I think you guys definitely both need to look into some voice acting. I'm going to put out there.
Well, let me just say that I hope you can see that we love doing this, and we would love to do this for your classes. If you guys are interested in having us come virtually and talk a little bit more, read a little bit more of the book, and maybe like show some of the puzzles, and you can take a crack at solving them.
You guys want to share
more
real
than happy to
quickly,
do that.
where would be like the easiest way for them to contact you guys?
Sure. So our standing offer is any class that reads our book. If you want us to come by for the power of Zoom or the internet, is that we can visit your classroom. We'll do a Q&A free of charge. hello@gramandgran.com. I'll say that again nice and slow. hello@gramandgran.com is the easiest way to reach us. And we love talking to classes. We love answering questions. We know your students, and if you're watching this, you probably have a bunch of questions. We sure did when we were your age. So we would love to talk with you, and it would be just our honor to get to do it. So if that interests you, reach out.
Cool. Okay. And I want to thank you guys so much for joining us here today. That was so much fun. And for everyone that's listening, make sure you guys stay tuned because we still have how many more? We still have quite a few more author sessions to go. And we have Jeff Kubiak coming up next, who is going to be reading Monsters Have Manners. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and stay tuned.
Thanks.
and welcome back, everyone. We're having so much fun today, and love keeping all that energy up because we still have 3 more author sessions to finish out today. And I'm super excited for this next book. This is such a fun story, and I know Jeff always does an amazing job reading it. So welcome back again. We are going to welcome our next guest, Jeff Kubiak. Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. Thanks for having me. This is awesome. What a great day so far.
Well, it's been so much fun, and I'm already checking out that awesome t-shirt you have on.
Well, thank you.
That's perfect. But if you guys in the comments here, we've been having so much great engagement. And I just have to share this one. I've been having a lot of representation from Indiana and Fishers, Indiana. I grew up in Westfield. So hello, Fishers, Indiana. I love seeing all the people from Indiana here. Say hello to a few more people. Hello, Jeff. We got people from Pennsylvania. Let's see here. Hello from Wisconsin. We are spending our lunchtime watching and eating. That's perfect. This is a good little thing to have in the background while you're eating lunch.
Yeah.
We have another from Indiana. We got Pennsylvania. Okay, well, without further ado, Jeff, I'm going to let you take it away and do your read aloud. So I will share the screen for you as well. I'll do that. Perfect. And I will sneak myself.
Right on. So here's the book. I'm very excited. Thanks so much for bringing me this opportunity. I'm so excited for all my students, parents, teachers. Thanks for what you guys do. My book, as you'll hear shortly, is a fun adventure to understand about the importance of manners. And the neat thing about this is my 3rd book, but more importantly, my son was the one who did the original illustrations. And throughout the book, you'll see these little teeny postage stamp size imprints, and those are pictures of his original drawings. And so it was a great collaboration to do with my son, Braden. And we had so much fun doing it together. And like our previous amazing Gran and Gran authors, I love visiting schools, both in person and virtually, and sharing the wonders of literacy and literature, because every child is actually an author. You guys have all published things in your classroom, so this is an amazing opportunity. So here we go. I'm hoping that everyone can see this. Monsters have manners. Little bit of information there, and you have a cool QR code to help bring the monsters to life. Nothing brought River more joy than monsters. River thought about them so often that they seemed real. He kept a sketchbook full of mean monster drawings. He even pretended to be a monster. We all love make-believe, right? River, please don't speak with your mouth full. Use your manners, pal, Dad said. Monsters don't have manners, River roared. Oh, but as you can see, I think our monster friends might think differently. River, look both ways before crossing the street, Mom yelled. Monsters never look both ways, said River. As you know, boys and girls, very important to look both ways, so look at our purple friend, carefully looking after he steps foot. Eat your broccoli, River. It will make you strong, said Grams. Monsters don't eat broccoli, leave stuff in their teeth, replied River as he pushed away his plate. I think our friendly monster thinks differently, as you can tell. Look at him eating up that wonderful broccoli. River's rudeness increased every day. Even his monsters took notice. Use your fork, dear, said Mom. Monsters eat with their hammers, mumbled River. Oh, look at our wonderfully dressed, mannerful monsters having their lonely meal together, using their knives and forks and taking their time. Gets you to think, doesn't it? Mom, River hit me again, yelled Summer. Monsters love to fight, and it was just a tap on the arm. River's face grew hot. River, this needs to stop now, said Mom. River slowly walked to his room. And our wonderful friend, monsters would never fight. River, aren't you supposed to be doing your homework? Asked Dad. Monsters never do homework, said River. They don't even go to school. Monster. Or not. River, it's what you need to do, said Dad. River shut his door and returned to his sketchbook. Well, look at here. On the other page, look at these amazing monsters doing their work, listening to their teacher, and showing us what we're supposed to be doing. River sighed with relief. River, where are your manners? Cried Gran. Grabs, monster never say excuse me, said River. He burped again and patted his stomach. I probably shouldn't speak to Grams that way, River thought. And as you can see next door, excuse me. We always say excuse me after burping. I was here first, River, said Mira. Too bad. Monsters always cut in line, said River. Oh, got to think about that, don't we? Look at our lovely line of monsters at the drinking fountain, at the game, in the cafeteria, lined up at the door. It's okay to let someone go ahead of you. We're all okay. Pass it to me, said River, grabbing the ball from Manny. Stop it, River. You can't just take it. We're teammates, said Manny. River took the shot. Monsters do what they want. Think about that, my friends. Look at our monsters. Here, do you want to turn? It's okay to let someone else in the game. Spread the love, share the wealth. It takes a team, my friends. Look at a NFL, NBA, baseball, football, soccer. Got to be a team, especially in the classroom and at school. At lunchtime, River went to sit with his friends. You can't sit here, said Manny. Monsters eat alone, the students shouted. I think what's happening, my friends, this is called karma. Look at our friends, the monsters. They know something's going on. River took a seat at an empty table, head down. At least I have my monsters to keep me company, he thought. As he flipped through his sketchbook, he noticed something. All of his monsters were alone, just like him. Makes you think, right? Manners add up to friendships. At bedtime, Dad reminded River that he forgot to clean his room. River looked at the mess with sad eyes. As he drifted off to sleep, he wondered, do monsters really clean their rooms? Duh! Monsters love clean rooms too. Look at that. Look at that clean room our monster has. In the middle of the night, River was awoken by a voice whispering his name from the closet. River clutched his pillow tightly. Who's there? It's Monstro, replied the voice. And Monster, said another one. And me. Me too. And me. Exiting the closet, the monsters were captivated by River's drawings on the walls. Oh, what striking detail, Blab said. It looks like me, the monsters exclaimed one after another. You really captured my heart, said Slash. I love how you drew my thing, shouted Linus. River, these drawings are epic, said Monstro. But why have you been telling everyone that monsters don't have manners? We already get a bad rap as it is. Pictures all over the place. I just wanted to be one of you, said River, trembling with fear. But I guess I got it wrong. Tapping his head furiously, River blurted, maybe I should start helping out at home? It sounds like you already know what to do, said Slash. Monsters like their things put away too. I like my underpants ironed, whispered Minnie. When everything was put away, Monster Rooney and Slash tucked River back into bed. Sweet River, they whispered, disappearing into the closet one by one. River, it's time to get up for school, hollered Dad. Oh, River rubbed his eyes. What a strange dream he had had. Look at his room. It's all cleaned up, isn't it, my friends? As River got dressed, he noticed a new drawing laying on his desk. To our best friend, River. I wonder who wrote that. A brilliant idea suddenly popped into River's mind. With a big smile on his face. River, hurry up. You're going to be on time, said River as he sped through the kitchen, because monsters are never late. River blasted through the classroom door, still scarfing his breakfast. He took out a marker and fixed up his sketchbook. As he looked at the cover of his sketches, a bright grin began to grow, because now he knew the truth. Monsters do have manners. And there you go, my friends. As you can see, there's a cool QR code and a fun couple of activities that you can do with that.
That was so much fun. That was so much fun.
Thank you. That was awesome.
I love how much all of the authors today are like literally just making me crack up on the behind the scenes with your voices.
That's the fun part.
I know the acting and the voices that some of our authors have had today has been absolutely amazing. Okay, well, we do have some trivia questions and some prizes to give away.
Ooh, I love trivia.
Yeah, right. Before we do that, I do see some really cool questions already coming through for you. So I want to just share a few of those and let you answer some. Here we go. How did you come up with the idea to use monsters to teach about manners?
Great question. Well, it's funny. As I said, my son did the original illustrations, and as he created some of his books, he did one. Monsters love math. Monsters do this. Monsters do that, and it was kind of his idea to talk about. And I thought, well, monsters can be really scary, but at the same time, a lot of kids enjoy them. And so what's a more fun way to teach manners?
Yep, that's very true. Let's see. What were some other? Where's another really good question I saw? Let me try if I can find it. Sorry, that's just what's hard when there's just so many comments.
I know they're just flying in, aren't they?
Okay, we'll start sharing some more questions because, well, that's kind of a little bit. Okay, here we go. Here's a good one. This is a good one. What's your favorite monster? Do you have a favorite? That's kind of hard.
It is hard, but I'd have to say, because of my wonderful son, it would be this one. This was one of the first drawings he came up with. And he's kind of like a little hovercraft or a little drone, right?
Yeah.
This looks so fun and squishy.
Yeah, that is a good one. And I love how the monsters are like all so uniquely different.
Yes,
like when you have to think when your son was drawing that monster, like he was really like, they really all came in all different shapes and sizes.
They did. Shape, sizes, colors, different features, all sorts of cool stuff. Okay,
and I'll do one more question and then we will start with our trivia. Okay, here we go. I think this you might have answered this a little bit already, but how did you name the monsters?
Just from Braden and I, kind of, as a teacher and a principal for like the last 25 years, I always had nicknames for students to kind of, get that real connection with them and to be silly. But so naming things was always kind of fun. Okay, sorry, I lied. I'm gonna do one more question before trivia.
Oh yeah, this is a good one. which monster is most like you?
Well, that is a no-brainer for me because it's the one where we had to say, "Excuse me." That
There
is
we
me
go.
to a T. Growing up, I was a big fan of the burp, and I learned very early on from my mother, always say "excuse me."
There we go. There we go. I mean, as long as you burp and you say excuse
Yes.
you, then it's really, here's one more. Are you planning to write more monster books?
I'm not, but I do have another book evolving in my brain and on paper, so you never know.
Okay, so stay tuned. Okay, so next we are going to answer a few of our trivia questions about Monsters Have Manners. And everyone start answering in the comments because, again, we have some giveaways to give away and some prizes. So our first question is, name some rude things that River did at the dinner table. So what are some of the rude, okay, I already see some good ones coming through. Lots of good answers. Okay, and the answer is spoke with his mouth full, pushed away his plate, ate with his hands, and burped loudly. And we are going to grab a winner. If you guys can slow down on how quickly you're answering everything. Lillian Patrick, you are the winner of this question, and you have won a copy of Monsters Have Manners. Congratulations.
Yay, Lillian.
So, Lillian, if you want to send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com to claim your prize. Next up, we have, these are always, again, one of my favorite things to share. We have our World Read Aloud Day drawing contest winner for Monsters Have Manners. And all of these winners win a $25 gift card from Artsonia, one of our sponsors. So thank you guys so much for doing that for our students. And our Monsters Have Manners drawing winner is Andrew.
What?
Submitted by Heidi via Facebook. Congratulations,
Oh,
Andrew.
my God. That's phenomenal.
Congratulations. And make sure that you also send an email to contact@teachergoals.com to claim your prize. And we have one more trivia question. And then I think we might have some time for some more author questions at the end that we're going to have. Oh, are you finding that in the book?
Well, it was because I thought it was phenomenal. It looked, I mean, just like.
I know. Yeah, you look so much actually like your sons. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I mean, nice job, dude.
That's awesome. Okay, our next question. Oh, and there's your prize. Oh, and we've talked about this a lot, so this would be a pretty easy one for you guys to answer. But whose sketches inspired this book? So whose sketches inspired this book? Okay, I see them coming in. And the answer is Braden, Jeff's son. And this is actually, you can see some of his original drawings right there.
Yep.
And we are going to grab a winner. It's hard for me because I'm getting all these like Instagram kind of handle names. Winnie and Colin Slays. You are our winner. If you can send an email to contact@teachergoals.com, you have actually won yourself a pro subscription to Quiver Vision, which is the app that makes all of the augmented reality come to life in Monsters Have Manners and in the activity book that you guys got for World Read Aloud Day. So make sure you send me an email so I can get that for you.
Hey, Miss Elena, is
Yes.
there any way we could do one more giveaway and give away the activity book for Monsters Have Manners?
Yes. Of course. Oh, that's a great idea, actually. Well, that's actually, I think we're going to do some questions and Q&As.
Oh, okay.
And
Perfect.
that's a good idea. That will be one of our winners prizes for that. So
cool.
if you guys actually, we have a little bit of time to do a few author questions and answers. So you guys were sharing some great questions in the comments, but share some more because any good questions I pop up on the screen are also going to get a little prize. So let me hear some of these questions. Let's see, we've got, here we go. Here's one. How did you get so good with your acting voices?
Oh, thank you. I've always done that with my students and then with my kids growing up, because as you, being a lover of literature, right? As you do a lot of read alouds in the classroom and stuff, it's fun to get into character and make believe. And that, as a kid growing up, my 6th grade teacher did that, and so it helped me imagine and live the story better. So thank you.
Well, I think to myself too is that, educators and teachers and principals, they're really kind of like performers and actors.
Mm-hmm.
We really think about our most memorable and amazing teachers we've always had. Like, they were kind of like putting on some really great teachers pretty much put on a little show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. You're like, oh yeah. So Emily, if you want to send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, I have a copy of the Monsters Have Manners coloring book, Mannerly Monsters, to send out to you. So make sure you email me. And we have some time for a few more questions and a few more prizes.
Great questions, my friend.
Yeah. Those are a lot of them, right? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, well, this might be, I don't know if you're ready to answer this, but you said you kind of had an idea. They want to know, what's that idea of the next book you have?
It might be about dreaming dragons.
Ooh, I like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kind of age is it going to be kind of
about
geared
this
towards?
age, of pre-K to 6.
Okay, yeah. Awesome. Okay, well, Lindsay, if you want to also send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com, I have a copy of Monsters Have Manners to send out to your classroom. And then I think we might have time for one more question. Let's see. Okay, this is a good one because I know that you have multiple. Can you tell us a little bit about how many books you have published, and let us know a little bit about them?
Yes, I have. So Monsters Have Manners is my 3rd book. So my first one is called One Drop of Kindness. It's a story of how someone realized there was always kindness within his heart. The second one is called It's Me, and they are true vignettes by students and educators that I had worked with, kind of a group that have been marginalized or prejudiced against, and speaking up for themselves, saying, hey, this is me, please accept me for who I am. And then this book, Monsters Have Manners. And then Teacher Goals did the activity book called Mannerly Monsters, and that was done by Tricia and put together with some great learn to drawings, showing drawings, and all sorts of cool activities.
Okay, thank you. And then Anne, if you also want to send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com, and I will be getting you a copy of Monsters Have Manners in the mail.
Thank you, Anne.
Great. Well, Jeff, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. That was so much fun. Everyone really enjoyed your monster voices. That was, I think, the most comments we got about the monster voices. And then everyone else, if you guys want to make sure and stay tuned, as up next, we have Peter H. Reynolds joining us, and he will be reading The Dot. And then we will have one more author session right after that. And we will have Adam Wallace reading How to Catch a Dinosaur. And so I just want to say thanks again, Jeff, so much for joining us. And hope you have a great day.
Hey, you too.
Bye.
Stay tuned, because Peter and Adam are amazing, my friends. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
welcome back. We're having so much fun today at World Read Aloud Day. I think I'm starting to get some like tongue twisters from talking so much the last few hours. So bear with me if I fumble my words a little bit. Just want to say welcome. We just finished up with Jeff Kubiak, reading Monsters Have Manners, which was super, super awesome. I'll share a few comments from you guys. Hello from Charlotte, North Carolina. That's right. We're going to be the dots coming up, so get ready. Peter's going to be joining us in just a second. And we've got hi from Miss Button's second grade class in Illinois. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Hello from third grade in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Who else do we got here? We have joining us from St. Louis. I'm saying that wrong, aren't I? Hello from Richardson, Texas. This is awesome, guys. Iowa, joining us from Iowa. Looking forward to the dot, super excited. And then again, I've said this multiple times, but Canada, you guys are representing today. Shout out to Canada. We've had so many viewers from Canada today. And also, here's another one. We've had so many viewers from New Jersey. Something about New Jersey and Canada today. They really, really are enjoying us. Okay, well, without further ado, I am going to bring on our next amazing author. And everybody welcome Peter H. Reynolds. Hi.
Hello. It's so wonderful. Happy World Read Aloud Day. One of my favorite days of the year. Of course, the other day is International Dot Day. And,
yes.
But, you know, I find a way to celebrate every single day.
Yeah.
And maybe that's my next book, Paul. I have my twin brother, Paul, hiding behind the camera.
Hello, Elena.
He's helping me.
Hi.
He made me a cup of tea.
I love that.
We're just so happy to be here with all of our friends. And hello to all my fellow Canadian friends. I was born in Canada, Ontario, Canada. So hello.
I don't think I realized you were from Canada.
A fun fact. Yes, a fun fact.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's funny. We've had so many people show up from Canada today. I always find it interesting. We always every time we do a live, we'll have a certain state strangely really being there in Canada. And like I kind of said, New Jersey has been our other one.
Yes. Well, Canadians are very big readers. You know,
well, that's good.
You know, when it's cold outside, you find a nice, warm, cozy place and you grab a book and you start reading and suddenly it gets warmer. So
that's true. You guys have a lot of good, almost forced reading weather.
But you don't have to force me to read. I love it. And so you've been having a fun day. Wow, what a lineup. You've had some amazing human beings on today. So creative.
Yes, we've had so much fun.
Yeah. So
well, I'm going to hop backstage and let you take it away and do your read aloud, and then I will hop back on and we'll do some fun trivia questions and giveaways for our audience about the dot. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Excellent. Lovely. All right. Well, hello, friends. Happy World Read Aloud Day. My friends at Lit World came up with this idea to celebrate not just reading books, but reading it aloud. And isn't it fun that when you read a book aloud, it becomes kind of like a play. And if I had you here with me, I would have somebody volunteer to be Vashti, because Vashti is the main character in the book. Oh, look, that's not the English version. That's the Korean version. We've got many languages to choose from. Let's see, I have to find an English version. Oh, there it is, the dot. So if you have a classroom and you want someone to be play the part of Vashti, if you happen to have some paper, in fact, you can all be Vashti. You can all pretend to be Vashti. And if you have blank paper and you have a marker, you can pretend that you are Vashti. You can be in my play. Oh, look, actually, this is the Hebrew version. I was going to start reading it, but it's the Hebrew version. I think English on this side and Hebrew on that side. Okay. Oh, I found it finally. The dot by Peter H. Reynolds. Yes, that's me. I wrote and I drew the pictures. How many artists do we have out there? Oh, we have a lot of them. Oh my goodness, Paul, that's 100%. That is excellent. Good. So this book was published by Candlewood Press in the United States and Walker Books in in England and other places. And here we go. We're going to start reading the book. Art class was over, but Vashti, there she is. Vashti sat glued to her chair. Was there really glue on her chair? Or is that just a saying, right? It's kind of a poetic way to say that she's just stuck to her chair. She doesn't want to move. Vashti's teacher leaned over the blank sheet of paper. Show me. Oh no, wait, it's good to read the words. Vashti's teacher leaned over the blank paper. Ah, a polar bear in a snowstorm, she said. Very funny, said Vashti. I just can't draw. So her teacher was trying to make her smile and relax a little bit, right? Humor is a good way to do that. But Vashti's feeling very frustrated. Her teacher smiled. Just make a mark and see where it takes you. Vashti grabbed the marker and she gave the paper, she grabbed the marker and she gave the paper a good, strong jab. There. Now, if you have paper and you want to make a little dot on your paper, right, you can draw along with the story. Vashti's not in a good mood, but Vashti's teacher does not give up. Her teacher picked up the paper and she studied it carefully. I'm going to pretend I'm the teacher. By the way, if you have a teacher and your teacher wants to pretend that they are the teacher looking at the paper, She pushed the paper toward Vashti and quietly said, now, sign it. Vashti thought for a moment, well, maybe I can't draw, but I can sign my name. So she signs it. I don't know how you spell your name, but Vashti spells hers V-A-S-H-T-I. Vashti. If you'd like, you can sign your dot if you've made a dot on your page. The next week, when Vashti walked into art class, she was surprised to see what was hanging above her teacher's desk. It was the little dot she had drawn. Her dot, all framed in swirly gold. Wow. I don't know about you, but I'd be very, very proud and excited if my teacher framed my artwork and put it above her desk. Let's see what kind of mood Vashti's in. Oh, she's still not in a very good mood. I could make a better dot than that. Vashti opened her never-before-used set of watercolors. Right, here they are. And set to work. Vashti painted and painted a red dot. And by the way, if you have markers and colors at home, you can fill your page with all sorts of colored dots. A red dot, a purple dot, a yellow dot, and a blue dot. The blue mixed with the yellow. She discovered she could make a green dot. Have you done that? Mixing colors, right? You get different colors. Vashti kept experimenting. I like that word. Paul, that sounds like a science word.
It does, doesn't it?
But it's a creativity word, right? Trying new things in new ways. Lots of little dots in many, many colors. If I could make little dots, then I could make big dots too. Vashti splashed her colors with a bigger brush on bigger paper to make even bigger dots. Vashti even made a dot by not painting a dot. Do you see how she did that? Right? She painted all around it. We call that negative and positive space. So the negative space became a dot. Isn't that cool? We can turn a negative into a positive. At the school art show, a few weeks later, Vashti's many, many, many dots made quite the splash. Look at all those dots. Can you count them all? Who likes math? I haven't counted them. Maybe you can count them and tell me how many dots there are. Look at this little boy. Do you see the little boy? In picture books, there are lots of details, right? So there are little stories within a story. And there's a little boy and he's pointing at Vashti. He looks quite excited. He's probably saying, oh, the dot artist, Vashti, she's actually here in our school. Vashti noticed that little boy gazing up at her. He finally plucked up his courage and he said, you're a really great artist. I wish I could draw, he said. I bet you can. said Vashti. Me? No, not me. I can't draw a straight line with a ruler, which is kind of a silly thing to say, isn't it? I wonder where he learned to say that. Sometimes adults get nervous and they say things like that. Vashti smiled. She handed the boy a blank sheet of paper. Show me. The boy's pencil shook as he drew his line. Of course, his hand's shaking because he's very nervous. Vashti stared at the boy's squiggle. Here's the squiggle that he made. I wonder what you could turn that into. And then she says 3 very powerful words. This is the end of the book. Please sign it. And I love this picture. Look at him. He's like, what? Sign it? Like an artist? Like an artist? Oh, like an artist. R-A-M-O-N. Ramon. That's his name. I don't say that's his name in this book. There is a sequel called Ish. And if you read that book, you'll find out his story. He gets inspired. But at the end of my book, I made a little thank you dedicated to Mr. Matson, my 7th grade math teacher, who dared me to make my mark. Isn't that cool? A math teacher who encouraged me, right, to make my mark. And that's another story. Paul said I should write a book about Mr. Matson and how he inspired me to become an animator, an artist, and to use my art and my storytelling to teach. So it's a nice thing when we can thank people. So thank you for letting me share the dot. That was so fun. Oh, and I can't hear you. Why can't I not hear you?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. That's so much easier.
I need to put a sticky note up because I think this is our 7th session today. I think out of 6 out of 7 so far, I've come back on with my mic muted.
But you kept trying. How do we
Yes.
anything, right? We just keep doing it. We keep doing it.
Exactly.
Strategies, which the sticky note is a very good strategy. I like that.
See, we learned. So the next time I'm going to have my. So we do have some trivia questions and prizes to give away. But first, I see some just really awesome questions coming through from our audience. They just really want to ask you some different questions. And one that I saw that came through that I think would be really interesting because I can only imagine what it's at now. But how many languages has the dot been published in?
Oh my goodness. The last time I checked, actually, I should probably check. I know that it's at least over 25 languages officially, because there are some countries that can't, there's no official way for them to, like in Iran, my book is published there, but it's not official, which is okay with me because I just want the story to get out to as many people as possible. There's a Braille edition of the dot, which is really cool because it's dot, right, in dots.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's neat. Another question I saw come through a couple different times is how, and I've said this multiple times in our sessions, but our students are so interested in just like what it takes to become an author and the process. And so they want to, how old were you when you wrote the dot?
How old was I when I wrote the dot? Well,
yeah.
Let's see, we could do the math. I think the dot celebrates 23 years this year. Okay. So it was probably about 2 years before that where the idea came to me. And then, of course, I have to share it with my agent. And then Candlewick Press decided to publish it. And then you have to do the final version of it. So it's probably 25 years ago that I did the dot. But I did a few books before that, The North Star, and a few other ones as well. And I started doing books when I was 35, which now that I think about it, that was way too late. I should have been, I mean, I was doing it in school. I had my own magazine and my own comic. I made my own comic books and I would sell them with my twin brother, Paul. So I guess we were publishing it, but it was like a kid version of that. And, yeah, it's been a long journey and I still have a lot more ideas.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
And another good question was, there's so many questions and I have to scroll back in. Okay, here's a one. Why did you pick the name Vashti? Where did that name come from?
Oh, well, when I wrote the story, I knew it was about a little girl. I didn't have her name yet, but I knew what she would look like, a big mop of hair. And she was, and I was drawing her in the classroom alone, and I was in a coffee shop, and this little girl came in, and she was selling flowers to raise money for her school. And we chatted. I bought a flower, and then I looked up, and she was still there. And she said, "Who are you making that drawing for?" And I kind of knew she wanted the drawing, so I said, "For you." And she said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." So I signed it, Peter H. Reynolds. And I said, "How do you spell your name?" She said, V-A-S-H-T-I. So I wrote Vashti. I said, "Vashti?"
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, Vashti." I said, "I've never met a Vashti before. I think you have a wonderful name. Can I use it in my story?" And so she said, "Yes." And I said, "Well, I can't promise, but I think it's going to be perfect." So Vashti sat glued to her chair. Her paper was empty. I love that name, Vashti. So
Yeah.
if anybody out there has a name that might be good for one of my books, please let me know in the chat.
Yeah, because how cool would it be then to be like the inspiration name behind one of your books?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We've got another. Here's a good question. How many, and also too, like, I think you might have to tell us about any like new projects you have coming on too, because I heard a little bit about one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
I am always busy. I do between 4 to 6 books a year. Out of all the books, and I have about almost 100 books with my name on them, 80% are collaborations. So I illustrate other people's story. I like to help people. I'm a big fan of helpers.
Yeah.
So my artwork can help, right? Like you could write a story and I could illustrate it, right? So
that'd be amazing.
I collaborated with Megan McDonald on the Judy Moody series.
Yeah.
I turned a song by Yusef Cat Stevens, his song Peace Train. I turned that into a book. I collaborated with my twin brother on a book called Going Places and the Sydney and Simon series. Marlo Thomas. I did Free to Be You and Me. I helped art direct and do the cover for that. I collaborated with Pope Francis. This is a brand new book. And so
that was the book I had heard about that I was like, that sounds so neat.
Yeah. So Paul Reynolds, he helped us. He took Pope Francis's story that he would tell children. And then Paul had to kind of figure out how do you chop it up and turn it into a picture book. And then of course I used my imagination, used the words to inspire all the pictures. So I'm really excited about this one. This is just a lovely reminder that we all have gifts inside, and that it's our job to unpack your little treasure box that you're born with. And we all have different treasures within, right? But one of the treasures that we all have love. And we can share that with the world. And if you share your gifts with the world becomes a better place. And you inspire other people to share their gifts.
That's really beautiful too. I love the colors in there, the color pages like that. That's really cool.
Yellow. I think I'm going for the warm colors right now because my other new book that just is coming out. This is, I don't even have the real. This is called the Advanced Reader Copy. This is when you dream big, and this is a story about Charlie who she's a little bit flummoxed. I like that word. I'm a word collector, by the way. She is completely flummoxed because the teacher says, "What are you going to be when you grow up?" And kids, it's like, "Oh, I want to be an astronaut. And I want to play for the NBA." She has no idea, and she's kind of nervous. And the story reminds us that we don't actually need to know exactly what we're going to be, but how are we going to be, right? Just be a nice person and just, never give up. Just keep moving forward.
And I love that because one of the things I've found so interesting today is that we've talked to so many authors about how their first book wasn't published till they were 35 or 40 or 45. And, when their teacher was maybe asking them back in high school or elementary school, they probably didn't say a children's book author maybe the first time.
That is so true. And, you could discover your gifts anywhere along the journey. So adults who are listening, we're talking to you too. We want to inspire you to keep discovering your gifts and keep sharing them with the world.
Okay, well, we might have some time for a couple more author questions at the very end, but I want to start doing our trivia questions so we can do some of our giveaways with you. So we are going to start, and everyone watching, get ready to answer in the comments so you have a chance to win one of our giveaways. Our first question is going to be, and we've talked about this, So what is the name of the main character in the dot? So what is the name of the main character? So let some of those answers come through. And that, well, see, they come so fast, so then it makes it hard for me to pick a winner.
Right.
Okay, but I'm going to pick one right here. Vashti on the next screen. Got it right. Perfect.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And you are going to win a copy of the dot. So if you want to email me at contact@teachergoals.com, and I will be sending a book out in the mail to you. And next up, we have, this again is my favorite thing we do during the author session, is we have a World Read Aloud Day drawing contest winner for the dot. Now this one, this winner, this one was a hard winner to pick, and I picked them for the dot because this drawing they did encompassed all the authors and all the characters from World Read Aloud Day from this whole day. So like they've got some dot characters, they've got some Peter O'Meter characters. They did such a cool job. So the winner of our Artstonia $25 gift card is Miss Jen's class from Deerwood Academy.
Wow.
You guys' drawings were so cool. She also, yeah, I know. Isn't that neat? I don't have it on here, but she also had like some examples drawn up on her boards too for her students. It was a really, really, really neat one. So you guys have won a gift card to Artstonia, our sponsors. So if you can make sure to email me at contact@teachergoals.com so I can get that for you. Oh, and I see something we're going to be drawing here. And then we have our next question. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we've talked about this, and you might have to share a little bit more about this, Peter. I mean, I know a lot about it for people that don't. So next question. The dot inspired a special celebration around the world. What is it called? And I bet quite a few of you classes have participated in it. Okay, yep, I see them coming through. And the answer is Dot Day. International Dot Day.
Yes, International Dot Day. Last year, I think it was our 17th year. And
that's so cool.
190 countries joined us. And I think we've reached 33 million dots created. And it's a day to celebrate creativity, all ages. And the older you get, the more you can think about what does it mean to make your mark, right? How can we have impact?
Yeah.
How can we make this world a better place? We can all do it in different ways.
And what's the actual date of International Dot Day? So for people that don't know.
Yeah, September 15th-ish, right?
Okay.
Because it could be the day before, it could be the day after, it could be the week. Some people celebrate the whole month. And my favorite is, why not celebrate every day, right? Because we need creativity every day of the year. And no matter what we're studying, whether it's math or science or writing, it comes in handy.
Yep, it does. And Michelle, you have actually won a teaching fellowship from Think Your Ink Collective, are not one of our sponsors. It's an awesome program they do with sponsoring a teaching fellowship program. So make sure that you send me an email at contact@teachergoals.com so I can get you connected with that. And next we do have some more time, which is awesome. So we can do a few more author Q&As, and whoever asks questions that I pop up, we're also going to give them a copy. I love how you could just like whip that out.
It is fun. People say, how do you draw it? I say, okay, I'll tell you the secret.
Yeah.
Take marker, right? Find a piece of paper, put marker to paper, and move your hand around. And then look, I've got a drawing. And some people call that a scribble. I say, my imagination says that's hair.
I was going to say right away, to me, that looks like the good start of some really awesome curly hair.
Right? Or it could be a nest, a bird's nest. But it's, with a little imagination, you can turn it into something. right?
I love that.
So it's easy, and I think that's the most important thing is just don't panic, just relax, take a deep breath. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
So we got some questions.
Yes, we got a lot of questions coming in actually, but let's do. Okay, hold on. Gosh, I lost it, but this is kind of a good one. What do you like to do in your free time?
In my free time, I love cleaning up my bedroom. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I actually do like it. I do like it when it's neat. I'm not a. It does take a bit of effort, but what do I like to do? Do you know what? I honestly, I just like hanging out with people. You know, I own a bookstore called the Blue Bunny, located in Dedham, Massachusetts, one town south of Boston. So if you ever come to Boston, come visit my bookstore, the Blue Bunny, and we have a cafe. And so I sit there with my coffee or my tea. And honestly, I just love meeting people. I love hearing their stories. I love drawing for them, surprising them, and meeting people who inspired the main character's name in my books. I just really I love people.
Yeah. That's a good thing to do. Get ourselves out and about.
Right.
Okay. And also, Dawn, since you just asked a question that I popped up, if you want to send me an email to contact@teachergoals.com, I'm going to send you a copy of the dot for your classroom.
Wow, that's fun.
Okay, let's see if we can maybe do one or two more questions. Okay, if you're up for doing this, we'll see. This is not really a question, but would you? A lot of people are asking if you can do like a quick sketch of Vashti.
A quick sketch of Vashti?
Yeah.
I think I can do that. I mean, I kind of did a little bit of a version of her, but I could do another one.
Yeah, they want to see that.
Okay. It's always fun. Even for myself, I think it's fun to see, where does my brain decide to start? And my pen kind of moves fast, and I just, I make something that looks like a nose and an eye. Dots are very good for making eyes. And then I want Vashti painting, so I'm going to do a little squiggle for a hand, and then it looks like a paintbrush, and I'm going to put something here that looks like a leg. That's why I wrote the book Ish, because it doesn't have to be exactly perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, leg-ish, arm-ish, and of course she's making a dot. And my friends, whenever you're finished making a drawing, right, I always remind people, yes, you can add color, you can dedicate it to someone, but always sign your name, because when you sign your name, it tells the world that you not only created it, but that you're proud of your work. And so there we go. So there's a little drawing of Vashti. And again, just put your marker on the page, move your hand around, and be surprised with what comes out. And if you need a little encouragement, keep reading aloud, right? Ish is the sequel. There are 3 books in the Create trilogy, Dot, Ish, and Sky Color. And you'll get to meet Ramon and Ramon's sister, who is the hero of this book.
And I love the idea of Ish. I love that.
It's a very, very helpful thing. It comes in handy in a lot of cases. But, when you're trying to draw a tiger, it doesn't have to look like a tiger, right? It just has tiger-ish. Even if it reminds you of a tiger, if it has tiger energy, then it's ish. And
well, I like how you said that International Dot Day is this date-ish. Because, I imagine there's years that you might, have to move it a little bit, but it's like around that time period.
Right, because sometimes it falls on a Saturday and a Sunday. So people are like,
exactly.
School's not in session. It's like, it's okay. You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it on Friday. You can do it on Monday. But you can also celebrate on the weekend as well.
Yeah.
So,
of course.
Oh, and you can sign up. Actually, 2026 Dot Day is going to be bigger and better than ever. I'm going to be in a secret location. If you register at international.day.org, you can register for this next year's events, and we'll send you a fun kit, and you'll be the first people to know where my secret location is, because I might be anywhere around the world, but you'll know.
Oh, cool!
If you're registered, you'll know before anybody else.
How fun! Okay, well, we're at the end of our session for you, but I wanted to thank you so much for being here. That was so much fun.
Thank you. This is my new book, Potatoes for Peace.
Oh, nice.
By Peter Tricia. I just made that up before I came on, because I heard that was one question. What's my future book? But the thing is, I have no. What do you think, guys? Do you think Potatoes for Peace?
I mean, honestly, that already sounds like an amazing title.
Right, Potatoes for Peace. Let's mash it up. Let's mash all the energy, the positive energy. Let's mash it together, and let's have a great big potato peace party. So
okay, now I'm expecting a future World Read Aloud Day that you will be reading Potatoes for Peace.
I dedicate it to you and teacher goals.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Thank you for what you're doing to inspire readers of all ages, learners of all ages. Thank you for supporting teachers, and a big thank you to all the teachers out there for doing heroes work. We love you so much, yes. And librarians, all educators, anyone who's helping make wonderful days in schools. Thank you so much. So
yes, and thank you so much. And then for our audience, stay tuned as we will be right back with our last author today. I'm kind of sad. Adam Wallace, though, is going to be joining us reading How to Catch a Dinosaur. So to stay tuned. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. It was lovely.
Welcome back, everybody. And for all the students that have been watching all day today, I did have one animal guest earlier, and I did promise that I would have at least one more animal guest. So I just had to, for the end of the session, I had to bring one more. Say hello. Say hello. He wanted to celebrate World Read Aloud Day with us. This is Omar. Say hi. Say hi. He's actually been participating down here the whole time, but you guys just haven't noticed. But, do you want to read with us today? Yes? Are you ready to read? Are you ready to read about dinosaurs and catching them? Okay. Without further ado, we are going to bring up our last author today, and we are bringing up Adam Wallace. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. And I just watched Peter as well. And I'm excited about two things that Peter said. One is that International Dot Day is September 15-ish, because my birthday is September 19. So it could fall on my birthday, which I'm very excited about. And two, Potatoes for Peace is cool. I'm going to write Potatoes for Peas and do mashed potatoes and peas.
Isn't that great? When he said that, because I think he saw like in the session right before us, like a lot of students had asked like, what was your next book coming up? And so he said he just did that. He's like, I'm going to be asked that question. And I'm like, I hope we just inspired his next book. And it is going to be Potatoes for Peas.
How cool would that be? That would be amazing.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And we've had so many awesome people showing up today. You have the same birthday as our teacher, Mrs.
That's
Perez,
so cool.
September
Hi, Mrs.
19th.
Perez. And Mrs. Perez, I don't know if Mrs. Perez knows, but our birthday, September 19th, is actually on International Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
So have you ever thrown or had a pirate-themed birthday party?
Well, not a pirate themed birthday party, but it's a bit far away now. I do have a pirate hat that I wear that has like the pirate dreadlocks and stuff. And every now and then a friend and I, we dress up as pirates and go play golf. So
That's awesome.
yeah, it's really fun. I actually just saw a question come through asking where I'm from and is that an Australian accent? And that was well spotted. It actually is. So I'm in Australia. It's just starting to get light now because it's 6:30 in the morning here and it's summer. So we're the opposite to a lot of people watching as well. And it's also Thursday. So that's kind of different to a lot of people watching as well.
I know when we like did our session and we checked in with each other, it is always funny. It's like you're in a completely different season than us.
Right.
You're in a completely different. Like, most of our kids are starting to finish up their school day. So it's just we had to have an international author with us today. So that's pretty exciting.
Well, it's World Readaloud Day, so it works out perfectly.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead. We already have some good questions coming in for you, but I'm going to save some of those. I know, right? There's so many comments coming through. It's hard to keep up. But I'm going to turn it over to you and let you do your read aloud, and then I will join you back and we'll do some fun questions and giveaways. So take it away, Adam.
Awesome. I'm so excited to be here. So excited that there's so many people here and really cool comments coming through. It's going to be hard to read the book because I'm going to be looking at all the comments and questions. But I am here to read How to Catch a Dinosaur. And I'm very excited. This was actually... It wasn't the first How to Catch book I wrote, but it's probably almost my favorite, I think. I do love How to Catch a Leprechaun as well, but How to Catch a Dinosaur. I love dinosaurs. I used to collect figurines of dinosaurs when I was younger. I don't know if you've seen, you get these little wooden things where you kind of create a fossil of a dinosaur. I used to do that as a kid as well. Anyway, the story, How to Catch a Dinosaur, illustrated by the amazing Andy Elkerton as well. And I love Andy Elkerton's pictures. So here we go. I'm going to read it, then I'll hold up the pictures. I wish I had memorized it. I'm going to do that next time. Here we go. How to Catch a Dinosaur. Tomorrow's the big science fair. I've never won before, but this year I know I cannot lose because I'm catching a dinosaur. And there's the big science fair poster. First prize, a bike. Oh, I would like that first prize. Oh, thank you, Teresa. I love American accents. I love all accents as well. Now, the crocs and sharks we know today were here when the dinosaurs ruled. It makes no sense all dinos are gone. On this point, I cannot be fooled. And there they are planning out. They've got little blueprints here. They're planning out, and we've got, where is it there? There's a megalodon there. There's a triceratops up there, maybe a brontosaurus, and then some dinosaur with weird, funny little wobbly arms. We head straight to our local park to pick up some kind of trail. Wait, what's that thing over there? Yes, I think it's a dinosaur's tail. There it is. And as I'm reading and as I hold up the pictures as well, you'll be able to see that Andy, the illustrator, puts in so many more cool little details. So if you're ever drawing pictures to go with your stories, you can have the story and the picture that shows the story, but add in all little extra bits as well. Here we go. Next one. The dino is more bird than reptile. We learned in science class that's true. And this one left something behind. I've got our first dinosaur clue. See if you can see what the clue is. Oh, hold this as close as I can. There it is, little feather. And footprints. They tried to catch it with seed. And we always like the traps starting off slow and small and then getting huge and crazy by the end. Looks like we've got a plant eater. The Venus flytrap had no chance. She danced right by a volcano and knew the exit at first glance. Yes, footprints. And she ate the Venus flytrap. And volcano. I remember when I was a kid, we made volcanoes in science class. It was so fun. I noticed a few STEAM things people were saying in the comments. I loved science and maths. I was actually an engineer at one time as well. Okay. This clever girl runs fast as the wind and dodged our trap in a hurry. But we've got more in store for her, so this is no time to worry. And you can see they're trying to catch them with the trap, and they've said dinosaurs swim for free. And so that's something that Andy just added when he was drawing it. Like, I didn't even know he was going to write dinosaurs swim for free, which I kind of love. Was she watching when I tested each trap with my action figures and toy bricks? It's like she knows how each trap works. Can it be she's onto my tricks? Got some magnets. And what you may not know is dinosaurs love skateboarding as well. Maybe. Well, that didn't go according to plan. She slipped right past our noses. And if that isn't bad enough, I ruined Mum's prize-winning roses. Uh-oh. And here's an interesting one for those of you who may or may not know this, but we'll think. So in America, at least you spell mum M-O-M. In Australia, we spell mum M-U-M. So we say mum instead of mom. We made a prehistoric playground, and with lots of friends to play, our dino won't be able to resist. This time, she won't get away. Dun, dun, dun. This is a pretty impressive trap. We got winches and cables and nets. Thank you, Emily. Tall enough to stop a giant, our trap had pulleys, ropes, and decks. But this dino smashed it all to pieces. She should be called T-Rex. Just like in Bluey. That's the best comment ever. My mum is an engineer, so I've learned a trick or three. Our Robo Hugger 9000 won't let our dino go free. The Robo Hugger 9000. Look at its googly eyes. Oh, someone said, could it be a velociraptor? It's a great question. It's not, but I can never remember. It's a different one, what sort of dinosaur it is. And Andy always tells me, I'll have to find out. That clever dino tricked our robot by dressing like a bird. If I don't catch the dinosaur soon, I'll be lucky to come in third. Oh, now the Dino Hugger 3000 is hugging the toy instead of the real dinosaur. We didn't catch the dinosaur. I don't know what to do. But my friends remind me we still have a science fair entry or two. So what do you think they're going to, I mean, you may have read it. What do you think they're going to enter in the science fair? We did it! And they won the prize. And the Dino Hugger was the thing that won it for them. So sometimes we think we want to win in one way and we end up winning in another. And here's the last page. Better luck next time, as all the How to Catch books finish. And in the newspaper the dinosaur's reading, you can see they won first prize. This is an interesting one because the books don't often show the character's face. So we don't, well, I don't think we see the mermaid's face or the unicorn's face, but we get to see the dinosaur's face. So maybe you can look at that. You can do some research and see if you can find out what dinosaur it is. And there's the dinosaur's costume at the end. The end. Oh, still on mute.
I did it again.
Where's the sticky note? Where's the sticky note?
Next year, when I finish today's session and I write notes for next year, the top is going to be sticky notes and mute mic.
Just on top of your computer, a big sign.
Big poster. Unmute you. But I love how our students really loved your accent.
Me too. I think my favorite comment is I sound like I'm from Bluey. It's actually quite funny because a few of my friends think that I'm actually like Bluey's dad as well. So,
yeah, I could see that. Okay, well, we're going to, before we do our trivia and giveaways, we've already had so many fun questions come through.
I know.
And I'm actually not sure. I was kind of telling you before that I own like this set, but I was trying to think, how many How to Catch books are there officially?
So I believe at the moment it's up to near on 30, I think, now, which may include there's some early readers now as well. So I wrote 13 of them, and then Alice Walstead has then written some as well. So we sort of shared the load a little bit. So so it's funny because it started, the first one I wrote was How to Catch a Leprechaun, which was in 2016. So I know some people ask when
such a popular one.
Yeah, and every year it keeps sort of coming back, and I think that's why it's almost one of my favorites. And that was really fun. I started actually write, how old was I when I wrote my first How to Catch book? Here's some maths you can do. So it was in 2016 it came out. So I wrote it in 2015, and I'm now 53. So see if you can work out how old I am. So that was 11 years ago I wrote it.
Let's have some people do some math and see if they can get some answers for your age in there. That was
102.
Hopefully someone doesn't age it too much. Okay, well, actually, let me see some of the other. Okay, they're guessing 53.
Oh, I am now 53 now.
But how old when you wrote it?
Oh, 41's really close. 42. I see a few 42s coming up.
There we go. Yeah, 42. There we go. 42.
And what was really cool with How to Catch a Leprechaun, and I've done this for all the books. I actually research a lot of the characters that we're trying to catch. So mermaids and Easter Bunny and unicorns. And for How to Catch a Leprechaun, my niece, who was 12 years old at the time, she did all the research on leprechauns. So we found out that they love dandelion tea. They don't like iron bars. They like to fix shoes. So she did all that research for me.
Yeah.
So that was really cool.
How neat. And I've seen this question come through, and I'm like, this is like asking someone who's their favorite child. But because you but what is your favorite book you've written?
My favorite book of all time
that you've written.
Whoa. Okay.
And then also, actually, two questions, because this one came through too. What's in the favorite book you've ever read? So that's two. What you've written, and then the favorite book you've read.
Well, out of the How to Catch books, my favorite is probably either How to Catch a Dinosaur or How to Catch a Unicorn. They're my favorite How to Catch books. But my favorite book I've written of all time would possibly be the one that just came out last year called Hat Man. And Hat Man is actually a musical in a book. So you scan QR codes and there's songs. And I love hats. I wear hats every day. Even if I'm just home on my own, I'm usually wearing a hat of some sort. So that's probably my favorite. That was probably one of the most fun ones I did. My favorite book of all time, my favorite picture book I've ever read, I have two. One is from when I was a kid, is called The Pinkish, Purplish, Bluish Egg, which was written by Bill Peet. And Bill Peet's amazing. He's actually, can I see here? So he's an illustrator and a writer, and he actually did the first movie of 101 Dalmatians. He actually did all the drawings for that. And he does these amazing pictures. So The Pinkish, Purplish, Bluish Egg. But my favorite picture book of all time is Stuck by Oliver Jeffers.
I don't know if I know that one.
You don't know Stuck? Oh,
I don't think so.
It's the greatest. You have to look it up. If you don't know Stuck, it is
I will.
Incredible.
Awesome.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, I know you have some really good questions. I'm gonna see if I might ask you one more, and then we'll do some of our trivia.
I just saw one. I wish the movie How to Catch a Dragon was inspired by me.
Right? Here,
unfortunately, no.
This is always kind of like what we get a lot of questions about, but can you tell our students just a little bit about what it's like to become an author and how to publish a book? What that was like for you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And going on a little bit from what Peter was saying before, where how do you, I just saw someone loves Bill Pete too. Not many people know Bill Pete. To draw, you put the pen on page, right? And so a lot of people say, how do you become an author? And so I have two answers. The first is you just start writing. If you write, you're an author, is what the way I see it. So I write every single day. And I did see one as I was reading that said, how many books have you written? And at last count, and I stopped counting a few years ago, I'd written over 4,000 stories because I write just every day. And I've written long ones and short ones and big ones and little ones. And so that's how I think you become an author. To become a published author is slightly different. And there's different ways you can do it. These days, it's a little bit easier in that you can create a PDF file of your book. You can put it on Amazon and then it's published in like 2 days. And so you can become a published author like that. And if you do that, that's when you have to really make sure that you've checked all your story, you've checked for all your spelling mistakes, you've checked for everything. Because if you're going to put it up, the world can see it. You need to have checked all that and make it as good as you can possibly make it. So that, well, and I just thought, do you have any advice for future authors? There's two things.
His questions are so good.
Right? Write every single day. If you love writing, and a lot of people say to me, how are you so disciplined? Like, how do you get inspired to write every day? I don't have any discipline at all. I just love it so much that I just write every day because I can't not write. I'm going to write as soon as we finish up here because I'm so excited, and especially after watching Peter and imagination and creativity. So for me, that's how to become a published author is write every day if you love it. Get your writing as good as it possibly can get, and from there things kind of happen. But then what you do to get published by a publisher is you actually submit your stories to a publisher and you ask them if they'll publish it, and sometimes they'll say yes and sometimes they'll say no, and you just sort of keep having to be persistent. Persistence is a really big thing to become a published author as well. So yeah, I think they're probably the main two things. Get your work as good as you possibly can, do and write what you love as well, because a lot of people write what they think maybe they should write to get published. But if you love funny stories, write funny stories, because otherwise I kind of think, what's the point of writing something you don't like when you're writing? Yeah. You're writing because you love it. I did see someone also said, what's my favorite Bluey episode? And I do have to say, I haven't watched all of them. Like, I know there's a lot of episodes now, but I did like that. There was the long one where they were moving house, and there was that sort of good, bad, who knows kind of thing that the teacher said. And that's one of my favorite. That's probably my favorite Bluey episode. I really like that one.
Okay, I saw another question that I thought you have to answer, but do you have another book like in the works right now? Anything coming up, like the next book that's gonna be published for you?
Oh, so next one coming out, I saw Peter had his next one, so I ran to my room and grabbed mine. So the next one I have coming out is I Think I Saw the Easter Bunny. So a little bit different to How to Catch It. So I Think I Saw the Easter Bunny. So that's coming out. Well, it's going to be out for this Easter. So that's coming out very soon. And
I love that.
In terms of what I'm working on at the moment, I'm kind of writing a few different ones. I'm planning a series with my friend James Hart, who illustrates. We've done, I think, about 30 books together now. And he's an amazing illustrator. And we're planning a How to Survive series, like how to survive a bad day, how to survive a bad hair day, how to survive a bad birthday, and all this. So we're just sort of brainstorming that at the moment. And then another one we're brainstorming, I don't know if this is going to happen. This is just one he had the idea, and we're like, we should do this. Is called, it was an idea he had called Sumoala, about this little koala who eats these special gum leaves and turns into a sumo wrestler koala. So that's the next one.
That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome.
It would be so fun. So that's one we just chatted about 2 days ago. And so we're going to try and get that happening soon. So I'm actually just writing up some ideas for it. And then we're going to then submit it to a publisher and see if we can do it. So he's drawing some pictures. And the koala is this really cute little koala and turns into this big sumo-wala. And the first
Okay.
villain is a Tasmanian devil as well. Which
That's
is really
awesome.
cool too. Yeah.
Well, it's always like one of those children's books that like I'll read it for the first time. It'll be a book that like kids just love. And I'll sometimes think to myself, how did the author come up with this idea? But it'd be like something like that.
Well, that was from a toy. His son got a toy koala, and it was kind of one of those ones you can stretch a little bit. It was this big koala, you could stretch it. So he's like, ooh, that'd be interesting.
Well, it's like you never know where you're going to find your next idea. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going
exactly.
to... We have so many good questions. No, so this problem is that we have... And you're the last author, so I might let us do... We can do a few more.
We've got a bit of time.
This is kind of interesting, but are you friends with any other authors?
That's a great question. And I am, in fact, a few of my best friends are authors. So just on Tuesday, which was 2 days ago for me, I do a thing called Hot Chip Tuesday, where I have hot chips, which I know you guys in America call fries. So not spicy, but hot temperature chips. Someone just said, how about trivia? I'll be quick. So Hot Chip Tuesday with two other authors. And so, Michael Wagner and Adrian Beck, who are really good Australian authors. But there's a bit of a community. So we sort of get together sometimes, and sometimes we just talk about all different stuff, but often we'll talk about books and writing. I've actually got two author friends coming over today as well. So yeah, and just because I love talking about books and we're all, because often when you're writing, it's a bit of a solo career. We're just at home writing away on our keyboards and writing our stories. So I love visiting schools to get amongst kids and talk to kids and see what they're reading and liking at the moment. And I love meeting up, chatting with other authors and hanging out. So a bit like Peter said, one of his favorite things is to hang out with other people. So
yeah. And I like how he said, I believe it was Peter that said about like, maybe it was, I'm not sure, but one of our authors today said that people think reading as like a solo thing. But reading and drawing and all those things actually can a lot of times be done with other people. Kind of like just like today, we're doing World Read Aloud Day. We're reading aloud to all these students around the world. It doesn't always just like a solo act.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's another thing from that question before, to become an author, read a lot. Like the more you read, the better. And someone just said, do I like reading? I love to read. I have one book I read in the morning, one book I read in my snack during the day, and one book I read at bedtime. So I have 3 books on the go at once. I love reading.
You're just reading and writing all day long.
You pretty much.
pretty much. Hey, but you get to do what you love. So.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Well, we are going to.
Trivia.
Yes, I know. Everybody like the kids are like, where I want to see the giveaways.
Yes. They're like, we want to go home from school soon. Do the giveaway.
Right. Okay. So our first question is, what living animals today are related to dinosaurs? So what living animals today are related to dinosaurs? Okay, and I see some of correct answers coming in. And the answer is birds.
Yeah, so that was one they mentioned when they said they learned it in science class, and the feathers is the clue.
And let's see if I'm going to pick one of our winners here. We've got, okay, let's see. We are going to, our winner for this round is Kim with birds. And you have won yourself, I know, you have won yourself a copy of How to Catch a Dinosaur. So if you can email me at contact@teachergoals.com, I will make sure to get you that copy sent out. And next up, this is always my favorite thing, is we will share our World Read Aloud Day drawing contest winner. We had a lot of really good dinosaurs that were entered. Yes.
I love drawing dinosaurs too.
And I thought this one was really, really good. So from One Love, we have and I like how she bedazzled her up, gave her a little bow, gave her a little, I was like, this, I know.
Bit of nail polish going on.
I know. I was like, even the nails are done nicely. But so you are our drawing contest winner, and you have won yourself a $25 gift card from our sponsors at Artsonia. So I thank you so much so that you can get that amazing drawing printed out on something. And then we've got one more trivia question. Which dinosaur is often called the king of the dinosaurs? dinosaurs. So which dinosaur is often called the king of the dinosaurs?
So
You
many
guys-
quick answers. I think
there's
it's
so
probably my
many-
favorite as well.
So many quick answers. And the answer is T-Rex. I mean, I think everybody, you got to know the T-Rex. You got
I love
to.
the T-Rex with his tiny
And-
little. He reminds me of a kangaroo with his little kangaroo arms.
I know, right? And Judith, you are our winner of this question. I always think it's funny when people talk about T-Rexes. Like, I have a family member that, I'm not super tall. And so if I can't reach something, they call me a T-Rex.
It'll do.
So I'm like, I'm trying to like.
I love it.
And so, Judith, you have won. Oh, and this is actually a really awesome giveaway from our sponsors at Kaibot. You have got their new Dragon of Disengagement game, and you
Ooh.
also won yourself an actual Kaibot robot that they will be sending out to you in the mail. Yeah, so super. I had to match the dragon with the How to Catch Dinosaurs. That's why I had to pick that prize for yours. That's really
That's
awesome. I got
super cool.
Yeah, I got to see their the Kaibot in action at a recent conference I just went to, and it's really, really, really neat. So make sure you email me at contact@teachergoals.com and let me know what prize you won. It makes it a little bit easier on me when I get emails. But
That is so cool. I would have entered and tried to win.
I know.
And that was the prize.
when the prize comes up and it's like Adam from Australia, and I'd be like, that sneaky guy. Okay, well, I think we're near the end of our time, but for anyone that is still, I think we might have one more question to possibly answer if there's anyone that has any more questions for Adam. But actually, Adam,
I got time.
I was going to say, one thing I wanted to ask you is that you had mentioned that you really like to get out into schools. And so do you ever do, like, if a school wants you to do a read aloud with them, like how would a school get a hold of you the best way?
It's a great question. I love doing schools. I do about probably 50 or 60 schools in Australia a year, like where I visit in person. And last year I was lucky enough in November, I came over to the States actually and visited some schools in Chicago and San Diego, which was awesome. And I do sometimes, I can do virtual visits as well. So I do all those. So my website's the easiest one. It's a bit of a tricky website, but it's adam-wallace-books.com. But if you Google Adam Wallace author, it'll come up with my page, or even just Adam Wallace, I think. And then all the details are there of what I do as well, so they can get in touch there. But I love visiting the schools and I do love the in-person ones because you can really interact. But even the virtuals, they're still pretty cool. And it's pretty cool that I actually did a school one time. I think it was about 2 or 3:30 a.m. in the morning here, because I did it at like lunchtime at their school or something like that, and that was crazy. But it was fun. I had to warn my neighbor. I said I'm going to be jumping around and telling stories at 2:30 in the morning. So, because
like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Like, don't call anybody. I'm okay.
Exactly. I also just saw a question that said, where was I born? So I was actually born in Australia, in Melbourne. My mum is from England. My dad is from Switzerland, but they met in Australia. Oh. But I was born in Melbourne, and the hospital I was born in, after a little while, when I was a bit older, it got knocked down and it became a miniature golf course, a mini golf course. And then, which is funny because my backyard is now an 18-hole mini golf course. But then that got knocked down and now it's a shopping center. So where I was born is not a hospital
So
anymore.
that's not the mini golf course that you're wearing your pirate hat at.
No, no, it's not.
That's for somewhere else.
Exactly. I'm gonna get my pirate hat to show you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like now we have to see that. I feel like we need to end on the pirate hat.
I think we have to. I love this hat.
Yay!
I've got hair at last.
Yes, there we go. That's honestly, you make a kind of a good pirate.
I know. I love it.
Yeah.
I need to go a bit more of a beard and get a patch and stuff. But
yeah. Now I can kind of see why. Okay, I'm going to let us, anyone that needs to leave, we are near end of our time. So I want to thank everyone for joining us, but I'm going to let us answer one more question since I know Adam has a little bit more time.
Well, it's only 7 in the morning. All I've got to do is have breakfast.
I know, right? You're like, this is the start of my day. Let's see.
I don't know how people have long hair. It tickles me.
Here we go. Okay, here's our last question. Did you always want to be an author?
This is such a great question. And it goes in a little bit from what Peter was saying. And I haven't seen a lot of the others, but from what it sounds like, they wrote their first book a little bit later in life. So I loved writing when I was at school. We call it primary school, but like elementary school, I always wrote. I've actually got the first book I ever made. I made in the 4th grade, and it was called Frogmen of the USA, because for some reason I always loved America, even as a kid. And it was about these frogmen who came out of the water and started eating everybody. And we made it into a book. Like we typed it up and we did a cover and put some sticky tape on the sides and stapled it and everything. So I always loved writing, but I never actually I never even thought about becoming an author. I just really liked it as a kid. And my grandmother wrote children's stories as well. So we always sort of wrote stories together. And then my stepdad was a teacher librarian. So he always read lots of stories, and he introduced me to Bill Pete and all this. Anyway, I love sport. So I always wanted to, sports you don't really have in America. I always wanted to either play cricket for Australia or football for Collingwood, which is my team. But I wrote. At the end of high school, I sort of went away from writing. I didn't really like writing the things I had to write when I was in my final year of school. And I love maths. So I became an engineer and did all that and loved that. But then about 10 years after that, I got challenged by someone, kind of dared. They're like, I bet you could write a children's book. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And I hadn't written for 10 years a word. And I sat down, I wrote a story, and I remember it so clearly. This was and you can work out how old I am again. This is in 1999. So this was 27 years ago. I wrote a story called Blip, and it was about me as a kid. And there was I went down to the back of my yard, and there was a little character who looked like a little raindrop, and we met and we chatted. And I wrote that story, and I'm like, oh, that was so much fun. And so then I just wrote, that was when I started writing every day. And I wrote hundreds of stories that year. I just wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote, like all these stories poured out of me. But I still didn't think it was going to be my job or anything, my career or anything like that. So it was only when I actually made a book myself. So I self-published my first book, which was called Better Out Than In. And that just got a really good response. And I was becoming a teacher at that stage. So I'd got my teaching degree and was working in schools and read the stories to the kids, and they really liked them. I was like, oh, I love writing it. They love reading it. This could be something. So that was kind of how it started. And then I thought maybe I can make this into something more than just a bit of a side hobby, bit of fun. And now it's become like more than I could ever have imagined. And I get to sort of go around the world and do all these and do World Read Aloud Day thing.
And you get to now start your work day wearing a pirate costume.
Exactly.
Like,
I need to do
there's
it more
not
often.
a lot of engineers that are doing that.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Okay, well that's one thing that I really like, while we kind of end today, one thing that I really think is really amazing that our authors have really gotten through to our students today is that, first of all, it's never too late to start writing or start drawing. So many of our authors today didn't even get their first books published until their 30s or 40s or 50s.
I was 32. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing that, this morning we had Reynolds on, and he was even saying, I was denied. I didn't even have my first acceptance until I was 35. And now he's got all these, great books. So it kind of tells you that never stop writing, never stop reading, never stop drawing. We have a lot of, really great illustrators here. And then I also love just that so many of our authors started out as, engineers or different things.
Yeah.
And also you just never really know where your path is going to take you.
Not at all. And even how it's going to happen as well. Like you think it might go one way, but because even when so my first book I published myself, and I was similar to what you're saying with Aaron, where I'd had near on 200 places say no to my stories. And one of the ways I ended up getting a book published was that friends of mine went to a dinner party, happened to sit next to this guy, and they're like, "What do you do?" And he's like, "I'm the CEO of a children's book company." And that they said, "Our friend writes children's books." And so I got a meeting, and then that led to something. So you try it a certain way, but sometimes it happens in ways you can't even imagine.
Yep, that's so true. Okay, well, this has been so much fun today. I cannot believe we're at the end. I don't even know like how 4 hours, like I feel like we just started. I don't know how it flew by, but I want to, first of all, thank you, Adam, for joining us today, of course, and making time since it is the morning for you. And then I also want to thank everyone that tuned in. I think throughout the day we had anywhere from 600 and 700 classrooms watching us live all day.
Whoa, that's incredible.
So awesome. We had people from Africa, Canada, Germany. There was just, and of course, we've had everyone from the United States everywhere. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for supporting Teacher Goals. And get out there and continue to read.
Yeah,
Bye,
and
guys.
thank you for putting it on
again.
as well.
Yes,
Amazing.
thank you so much. Bye. Thank you again, Adam.
Bye.